You're not waiting on me. It's just we're gonna give them a few more minutes, or we declared it's not gonna work.
I believe we were giving them a few more minutes.
Okay. All right, thanks for everybody's patience. Apparently our Zoom system doesn't work for a counselor who's gonna show up here in a few minutes, but we'll get underway. So with that, I'll call the regular meeting of Township Council for Monday, September 25th, 2023 to order. Of course, I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and in particular, acknowledge our valued relationships with the Katzie, Kwantlen, Matsqui, and Semiahmoo First Nations. And I'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge the upcoming National Day of Truth and Reconciliation on September 30th. And on behalf of all of us on council, express our gratitude for the ongoing and developing and improving partnerships the Township of Langley is building through initiatives with our First Nation partners, such as the Salishan Place Museum in Fort Langley, the community mural located just behind you, and the future First Nation Plaza that is almost finished at Willoughby Community Park. These projects represent our step forward towards a shared future with our Indigenous partners, and with much more to come, and a shared vision for a combined growth and identity for the Township of Langley and all of our residents, whoever they may be, but especially this weekend coming up, acknowledging some of the challenges of the history with our Indigenous partners. And with that, I'm going to also suggest that we have a moment of silence, but I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Martins. Go ahead.
Thank you. It goes without saying, when police officers get up in the morning or in the evening and go to work, they expect to come home. In the last year, 13 officers across the country perished in the line of duty. Yesterday, we observed National Police and Peace Officer Memorial Day, lowering flags to half-mast and wearing our memorial ribbons. Law enforcement personnel gathered on the grounds of the legislature to honor and remember those officers who paid the ultimate sacrifice. On Friday, September 22nd, Constable Rick O'Brien, a Langley resident and member of the Ridge Meadows Detachment, was shot and killed while executing a warrant. A loving husband and father, a standout community member, an esteemed colleague described as brave, kind, and generous, a decorated hero. Constable Rick O'Brien, thank you for your service, and rest easy. Your law enforcement family will take it from here. To your family, friends, and colleagues, and those here in your home community, we extend our heartfelt condolences on your sudden and grave loss, and we stand with you in your grief. Please rise as we observe a moment of silence for this heartbreaking tragedy.
Thank you very much. That, can I get a motion, the adoption and receipt of the agenda items, please? Moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Rint. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I believe E7 under item R, motion to resolve into special closed is actually an open meeting, so I'd like to have it removed from the closed and placed on the open agenda.
Mr. Bracken, maybe you can, went by pretty quick, maybe you could follow that.
I think it's referring to the item in the closed agenda that has some policy implications. The rationale for it, speaking globally, was because it had some intergovernmental aspects to it, so we thought it wise to at least start in the closed and have council bring it forward.
You wish to make that amendment, Councillor Richter?
Yes, I wish
Is
to
there-
bring item E7 forward to the open
There
meeting.
a seconder to that?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councillor Kunst. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Richter?
No, but I believe this is a matter that should be on the public open meeting in the name of transparency. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other speakers, call the question on that amendment to A1. And that fails with Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rent, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Martins, Councillor Pratt, Councillor Ferguson opposed. Not sure why that's not working. Okay, is there any other speakers? I have 2 amendments. I'd like to remove defer item E6 to 1023. Mr. Bracken, do you want that deferred or do you want that removed, subject to more communication with the proponent?
That's the one where the proponent wishes to speak, so a deferral is in order. Your Worship.
Okay, so I'll move an amendment to defer item E6 to October 23rd. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Is there any discussion? Call the question on amending A1. That carries unanimously. I had a second amendment. I'd like to move item E5 to the end of the reports to council section so that Acting Mayor Richter can take over for that portion, and hopefully we can have a 5-minute council recess at that point. So is there a seconder to that amendment? Seconded by Councillor Martin. Is there any discussion on moving item E5 to the end of the council reports section? Seeing none, I'll call the question on that amendment. That carries unanimously. So we get to any other discussion on the agenda? Call the question on A1 as amended. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. Get a motion to adopt the minutes from the regular council meeting September 11th. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Martins. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question on B1. Carries unanimously. Get a motion to adopt the public hearing meeting minutes of September 11th. Moved by Councillor Rent, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, I'll call the question on B2. That carries unanimously. No presentations or delegations. Move to item E1. Right now, there is a recommendation that council provide direction. Is there anybody, there's no recommendation to take any action. Is there anybody who wishes to discuss item E1? Councillor Richter.
Yes, I'd like to move option 4.
No, you have to remind me, Councillor, I don't have the report in front of me.
Maintain the status quo.
Could you read the option 4 for the council in the chamber, Ms. Little?
Option 4, maintain the status quo.
Green the status quo. So, Councillor Richter, I'll come back to you. I have another speaker. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I brought this forward as a move to improve communication for people that normally don't have it. I look at different situations, especially things like currently the council has a rainbow flag on the or a rainbow crosswalk in different locations, but especially in Fort Langley, and that is actually saying what we stand for. And I see no difference between that and things like raising a flag on behalf of different organizations or issues, and I'll go refer back to the LGBTQ thing during special events and special times, raising a flag to recognize and to inform. A lot of times, different people will come up to you and say, how do I get involved? And how do you do that because of your own involvement? And a lot of it comes down to communication. If you look at right now an advertisement for blood, people are saying, well, we haven't donated because we don't ask. And it again comes down to awareness. Proclamations for me are a way that both politicians and political entities like the township can say what they stand for and why, and raise awareness for issues of importance. Let's look at maybe cancer, MS, other things like that. I realize that there are some vulnerabilities when you're getting into political discussions, but I think it's worthwhile for people to stand up, and that includes political people and also includes political organizations like a council, to say openly and unashamedly who they are and what they stand for. So that's why I bring the proclamations forward and the flag raising policies. Sorry, but I grew up on a street where it was a veteran street, and I know that the Canadian flag is always supposed to be higher than the other flags. And that's not what goes on here at the township. And I think if we added a fourth pole, and it could be higher, so the Canadian flag is always higher, and then the middle flag we could utilize to recognize special events, organizations, or things. So it's I know it's a bug of mine, and I realize it may not be that popular in some jurisdictions or that. So yeah, I've talked enough. Thanks.
Did you have an option that you wish to pursue, Councillor Bailey?
Well,
If status quo option succeeds, so that'll be okay. You would not want to move another option if status quo succeeds.
you know what? At very least, I'd like to see the center flag replaced with a higher one, so we can at least follow the protocol. The Canadian flag is always higher than other flags.
You can
But
certainly take that as a subsequent motion if you wish to move that.
yeah, I'll move that.
Okay, I'll come back. I'll come back to you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Ferguson, you were in the queue.
Well, actually, Councillor Bailey took the steam out. I was just saying we could possibly, he's indicated to us before, raise or put a spacer in between and make the Canadian flag higher. So I'm not sure if that'd be an amendment. I certainly would support seconding that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Ferguson. I think we understand the proclamation issue versus the height of a flagpole would be, to me, two distinct issues. We're not going to amend maybe Councillor Richter's motion, but let's get that motion first and go from there. Councillor Richter, you wish to move a motion?
Yes, I will move option number 4, maintain the status quo.
Is there a seconder to that?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councillor Kunst. Councillor Pratt, you have to push your button again. Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank
Unless
you.
Councillor Richter, you wish to speak to it some more? Or?
Well, I think the legal precedent is quite clear. And I think that in this day and age, in terms of inclusivity and diversity, I think it's very important that we adhere to legal standards that are accepted in other municipalities as well as throughout Canada. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt, go ahead. Sorry, I have to turn your mic on again. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I'm just curious, there was 4 recommendations or 4 potential options from staff as part of this report. Option number 4 was maintain the status quo. It seems that option 3 directs staff to pursue the installation of a 4th flagpole at the civic facility at a cost of approximately $31,000. If we would vote to support the status quo, would that rule out the possibility of building that 4th flagpole?
No, I mean, it's a bit unusual to vote to maintain the status quo. It's technically not required to not change the status quo, but I think it's important that we have council vote on it one way or the other. The flagpole issue, even though it's listed as an option, it wouldn't go together. To me, you would either build a 4th flagpole or potentially, I believe I heard Councillor Bailey mention, increase the height of the Canadian flagpole. So two different possibilities there.
Okay, because it seems to me that there's a few different things going on here.
Why don't we dispose of one? So if you wish to speak to the motion on this maintaining the status quo.
Sure, I think that the reality is that if we're going to vote to maintain the status quo, but then proceed to potentially vote on a 4th flagpole or an increase in height in flagpole, those to me seem counterintuitive from one another. Since
I understand. So I mean, I did make an assumption, Councillor Richter, that it was status quo over down proclamations. Would that be fair? Or did you wish to include not changing any flagpoles with that?
Well, I don't mind. I mean, the option here is there's not an option here to make the middle flagpole higher.
Right.
So if we go with maintain the status quo, and then there's a subsequent motion to make the middle flagpole higher, I don't think the two are in contradiction.
I agree. I think we're maybe making something quite simple a little more complicated than needed. So I think we can dispose of the motion on the status quo, and then we can revisit the flagpole item. Yeah. So any discussion on maintaining the status quo with proclamations? Seeing none, I'll call the question on E1. That carries with Councillor Bailey, Councillor Martins, and Councillor Pratt opposed. So go back to you, Councillor Bailey, or Councillor Bailey, you wish to make a motion on the flagpole?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we replace the center pole with a pole that is higher so the Canadian flag can fly where it's supposed to.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion? Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
Yeah, and just mine with more of a practical question, whether, you know, the pole is there, whether there could be a spacer put in between so it could be higher, you know, rather than replacing a whole pole, whether that's something that staff to explore. And I think that's all it is. Thank
Mr.
you.
Bagan, I think staff understand the intent is
They'll
to,
understand.
not replace, but the intent is to raise it. I think, can staff look at some options regarding that necessarily? I agree with that, Councillor Ferguson. Appreciate that. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I just wondered if it would be the same cost of, what was it, 31,000, or could it be done cheaper?
Mr. Bagan?
We just go with the most economical, I guess, decision, Your Worship, so we'd have to actually look at it. So it could be cheaper. It certainly wouldn't be any more.
Do you wish to refer this for report, Councillor Richter? That way we would see the number before it goes ahead.
No, I mean, I think we should maybe add the words for the least expensive option,
Is there a
whatever that ends up being.
I don't have any problem with that amendment. Is there a seconder to that amendment? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Any discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question on that amendment. That carries. Now back to the motion as amended. Does anybody have anything else? Seeing none, I'll call the question on that motion E1 as amended. That carries unanimously. Is there anything else on proclamations or flag raising anybody wish to raise? No. Move on to item E2, council procedure updates in 2024 calendar. Is there a mover for the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Rint, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion on council procedure updates and calendar? Councillor Richter.
Yes, I have questions about number 2, number 3, and number 4. I don't understand if council is getting the agenda 6 days earlier, or 6 days prior to the meeting, why can't the public get it 6 days prior to the meeting? That's number 2.
Yeah, let's go one by one. Mr. Bagan.
Generally, council gets it for a couple days before the public, Your Worship, so that there's some chance to actually review it and.
I actually
ask
kind of
questions.
concur with, I mean, right now I believe it's about 12 hours before the public gets it. So it's increased to 48 under this recommendation, Ms. Little. So if council wishes to reduce it, I think it may be appropriate for council to have the agenda for one business day to confer with staff prior to getting inquiries from the public.
Yes, okay. I would support that amendment.
I think that's what it is now. Is that correct? So you could release the public agenda 9 a.m. Approximately, maybe more like 36 hours after council gets it. Would that be accurate?
That's correct. It would be provided to council on the Tuesday, provided to the public Thursday morning, instead of what it is now is a Friday morning.
And just for, we get it at Tuesday at 4 o'clock, not Tuesday at 9 a.m.
Okay.
Right? So yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, the way it works right now with the 12-hour lag, I think is acceptable. I really don't understand why the public couldn't get the agendas at the same time as council gets it. But why would we do Thursday morning if we're getting it Tuesday? Why couldn't we release it Wednesday morning? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, Ms. Little, you have that. Theoretically, you could, I suppose, right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I believe the staff recommendation is the council has it for 24 hours prior to the public for one day with staff potentially, but of course that could be removed.
Okay, so do we need to amend this then?
Ms. Little, I think you would want to have council direction to change that when you come forward with the council procedure bylaw. Is that correct?
So the amendment should be that it be released on the website 5 days prior to the council meeting.
I mean, you could keep it generic, like release to the public, right? That would be the amendment, to release it to the public on that 5th day. Ms. Little, is that correct? That would be the days that line up. I don't have the report in front of me.
Well, what it says here is amending the release of the agenda on the township website to 4 days prior to the council meeting from the current 3 days. I think the amendment should be 5 days prior to the council meeting from the current 3 days. Because if we say 5 days, then the public will get it on Wednesday, not Thursday.
Actually, maybe we'll just take this one, and if they're minor of this nature, we can just take them as they come in. Maybe I'll play it by ear here. Is there a seconder to that amendment? I'm not seeing a seconder, Councilor Richter. Councilor Richter, do you have other? I think you said you had 3 items?
Yes. Item number 3, I'm wondering, right now, it's only 6 days, we have to have changes, or the submission deadlines have to be, are at noon on Wednesday for the release at 4 p.m. on Thursday. So I'm wondering why we're going from 6 days to 12 days. We're doubling it.
Yeah, Ms. Little?
Thank you, Your Worship. The reason for the extra days is because we will also be doing council agenda production as well as council meetings within the same week. So
I think it's the weekend that's complicating things. Is that correct, Ms.
Plus,
Little?
there will be the stat holidays and,
Yeah.
yeah, lots of things to consider.
Yeah, stat holidays falling on potentially Friday or the Monday. Is that correct?
Okay, well, with regards to public delegation requests, 12 days before a meeting, when we don't even know what's on the agenda, might be difficult for the public to put delegation requests in. So is there the intent then to expand the late delegation requests? Because right now, late delegations can only come in reference to items that are on the agenda.
Ms. Little, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, the procedure for delegations would be the same. It would be, even if the agenda's already been published, any delegation wishing to speak to an item on the agenda would have until 10 a.m. the day of the meeting.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Councilor Richter?
Yes, and on number 4, excluding delegation requests for zoning bylaw amendments, I am strongly opposed to that because I think everyone has a right to express an opinion. And to say that, because sometimes when these zoning bylaw amendments come through, it's first, second, and third, and I noticed today we're even doing first, second, third, and final. I really don't think we should be doing number 4, so I don't agree with that one at all.
Do you wish to make an amendment to remove that?
Yeah, strike number 4.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councilor Kuntz. Open up a secondary motion. Is there any, Councilor, do you have anything further on that one? No? Is there any speakers to that? Seeing none, I certainly am sensitive to the suggestion that it's trying to limit public input. What we're seeing here is the process for first, second, and third reading coming forward for applications that are do not require an OCP amendment. So the amount of public input that goes into creating a community plan is reflected in a rezoning application consistent with the plan. Delegations are being used to create public hearings. I think this council has demonstrated already multiple times that if we get multiple emails on an application, that we're more than open to referring it for a public hearing, which has proper notification requirements to all members of the community about the public hearing and gives everyone an equal opportunity if a public hearing is scheduled. So I think that we've shown that we're open to doing that if we get emails on an application, rather than seeing someone create a public hearing out of delegation. So I don't support it. I'll call the question. Councilor Richter, go ahead, Councilor Richter.
Well, I recall this council saying that it wanted to be transparent and it wanted to encourage public input. I don't think number 4 facilitates transparency or public input. I think it's wrong. People buy into areas with neighborhood plans. They live in the areas, and sometimes once they live in the area for a while, they determine that there's things that are issues that need to be brought to council attention. Particularly if there's going to be continued development that falls within the neighborhood plan. Number 4 eliminates their opportunity to express concern, and that's wrong.
Yeah, so I think limit is not correct. So what's happening is, we're seeing multiple emails coming in. We want to have input on this application. You could take delegations to simply then schedule the public hearing, requiring them to return and submit the same submission. So what's happening is this council has been acknowledging that if there are delegation requests or emails, that it's a formal public hearing is then filed and created. So we saw multiple applications where the same submissions were again and again and again from delegations and then again at the public hearing. I don't think that this is in any way reducing transparency or anything else. It's actually creating more fairness because notification requirements are different. They go out and then a public hearing is scheduled. And I think we've demonstrated multiple times that if there's a few emails that come in on any application, that we're quite open to a public hearing. So the characterizations are incorrect. Councilor Martins, go ahead.
I'm just wondering if there's maybe a middle ground here where we could include some language that acknowledges what you were saying verbally about that, council is open, there is a mechanism available if an issue comes forward that is of concern to many people and raised by emails. If we could add some additional language to allow for that.
Yeah, it's potential. We could do that when it comes back. We would have the bylaw amendment in front of us, and we could tweak the language at that time, because this is not being approved today. This is directing to see it in writing. We can tweak it and send it back again. There's no urgency to completing these items, so we could see the draft and then refer it back at that time if we want to tweak that a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, just a quick question, that, if I may, under number 4 to staff. I imagine that your last sentence regarding the requesters and the process for written submission, you obviously mean any type of submission to council or councillors, including the mayor, would be not just written. Folks could phone us or text us or something and contact us through the mayor's office or the normal phone number. Did you mean that, if I may, through the chair as well?
Mr. Bracken, maybe explain.
Your worship, the public can contact council members as they see fit, or as the council members direct. We're attempting more so to deal with the specifics as to the public consultation, and this is actually suggesting that if the public wishes to write in, then we can actually distribute that to all of council concurrently, as opposed to having different elements. So either way does work, but we prefer the written submissions in so we can distribute them equitably.
And just a supplemental comment to that, I find that that if the resident has a question about something, I find it's a lot better for them to contact me or members of council, either written or otherwise, and then we can get back to them and explain it on our own, of course, and comment to them, and we can get information back prior to the application without them coming before council and not having the information, and then, or not understanding, oh, I didn't know that, so I didn't know this, I didn't know that, so more of a clarification. Of course, they always have the opportunity at public hearing. So I think that it makes sense. Maybe the wording might be, could be improved, although I don't know how. It seems straightforward to me, but I always appreciate when residents try to get a hold of myself, and of course other members of council as well, through other means, and I think that's certainly part of the public information and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martins, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you. Just with regards to the change in the submission dates for notices of motion.
We need to dispose of the amendment regarding
Sure.
delegations first, so I'll come back to you. So any other discussion on the amendments to change the delegation? Seeing none, call the question on that amendment to E2. The amendment, Ms. Little, maybe read back what we're voting on. It's an amendment regarding delegations.
Sorry, Your Worship. The amendment is to remove the language to add clarity and to be complement with the development applications procedure bylaw number 5760 to exclude delegation requests for zoning bylaw amendments that are compliant with the area OCP, heritage alternation permits, and development permits as per the development applications procedure bylaw. And that council will only accept written submissions for these applications. To remove it.
Is that your understanding, Ms. Little?
That's correct,
Yes,
to remove it.
that's the clerk's understanding, Councillor Richter. So is that clear what everybody says? So go ahead and vote. Oh, sorry, I'm opposed to that. Okay. And that fails with Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rent, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Martins, Councillor Grant Popta, Councillor Pratt, Councillor Ferguson opposed. Councillor Richter, you had a third one?
And I'm wondering, can I raise that now, or,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah?
Yeah, it's together.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, so the calendar says that we're having fewer meetings than 2024, so we're only having one meeting in May. I'm wondering why not May 27th as well, and only one meeting in September because of the UBCM, I guess? But I don't know. I don't think we should have fewer meetings. Our meetings are quite long now. I'm quite concerned that if we cut even more out, we're gonna have longer meetings and less meetings, and
Mr.
that's not transparent.
Your worship, the challenge is in terms of trying to produce the agendas and the packages earlier means that staff actually have to start not 1 week before, but 2 weeks before. So when you actually start looking at the calendar and realize that we're actually accelerating matters, a good example would be why we decided not to have a meeting, I think it was in January the 8th. The reason is the deadline for that would be 2 weeks prior, which would be December 26th or something. So effectively, by trying to schedule a meeting on that date, there would be nothing happening on that date, as an illustration.
Yeah.
Hence, we've moved them down to try to get a proper, at least a 2-week block, and sometimes it takes a bit more to produce it when one takes into account statutory holidays and other things that are there. So the hope is by having additional advertising and additional, I guess, provision for these materials in the public, that should mitigate some of the concerns that are arising. But the number is simply a factor of the confirmed 2-week structure and the acceleration of the time for the reports to be completed.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify too, the calendar proposed is aligned with the increased time for the public and council to have with the agenda is creating this calendar. Is that correct? Yeah.
Okay, well, if we look at October on page 15, we have a meeting, then Thanksgiving Day, then another meeting. When we look at May, we have a meeting, then we have Victoria Day, and then we have no meeting until June 10th. Why can't we have a meeting on May 27th?
Ms. Little, I think there was some emails flying around. Every time I ask, I always find that there's a pretty good rationale. Maybe we could, what's the rationale for the month of May being proposed as it is?
FCM's in June.
Your worship, we think it was the impact of Victoria Day and the timing for the meetings itself, because the previous one would have been the 29th. So again, it's just the spacing of these given the Victoria Day weekend.
Yeah, well, we're doing the same thing with Remembrance Day in November, so 2 months we have meeting, stat holiday meeting, but in the 3rd month we have meeting, stat holiday, no meeting. So I'm looking specifically here at pages, okay, the May meeting is on page 10. The October meeting is on page 15, and the November meeting is on page 16.
I mean,
Oh, and February too, we have meeting, stat holiday meeting, that's page 7. So, sorry, I was wrong, it's 4. So, out for 4 months, 3 of those months have 2 meetings, even though there is a stat holiday, but May doesn't. I just don't understand why May is different.
Your worship, mostly this was developed by Ms. Bauer, so we could probably take that away and come back with the rationale for
yeah,
it.
so what could we do? Could we, see, so there's been trying to think here, we've got the recommendation on the floor. What we could do is we could basically divide and approve the first one and refer the second one to the next council meeting. That'd be all right?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Okay, just want to do that, Councillor Richter? We can split the two. The challenge being, of course, that we would be committing to the procedure, at least direction, to bring them to us, which is creating this calendar. So which I'm fine with. I think we can add more meetings if we need to. Yeah. So I'll move division. Is there a seconder to division? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Anyone in discussion on division? All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed to division? That carries unanimously. So on the first part, I'm going to move on. Councillor Richter, I can come back to you on the calendar, but why don't we dispose of the first part? Do you have any other items on the council procedure bylaw? Okay. Councillor Martins, anything on the first part? Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, with regards to the notice of motion submission deadlines, I'm just wondering again if there can be perhaps some additional language, if there's something that is exigent that comes up within that time frame, if there is some ability to, under certain requirements, file a notice of motion after the new deadline.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Martins. There is already in our council procedure bylaw for items that are of high importance to come to the council meeting to be put on the agenda by council vote.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Kunst on the council procedure bylaw updates?
Yeah, I know we're talking about going from 4 days to 6 days. Would 5 days, I mean, is that been contemplated? Because, and would that help with, you know, allowing for those extra 2 meetings in the year? And I know Wendy's not here, but, I mean, I can read, I mean, I appreciate the extra time, but I honestly think that we can handle this. And I wouldn't want to give up 2 extra meetings out of the year in order so that I have more time to read my stuff. I think, I don't know.
Your worship, I think the challenge is it's not simply moving the meeting or the timelines, it's the impact on the system as we go back in time. And again, the best illustration I have is the classic meeting. Let's have a meeting January the 8th. No one's suggesting that, but to do so means we would actually therefore have to have the cutoff time being December 26th. We're closed that week. So when we start moving from a 1 week to a 2 week, the shaving of a day in terms of council's hands probably won't affect the overall submission, because we're looking at trying to accelerate the entire staff report drafting process, vetting, review, and submission for that 2 week period as opposed to the 1 week period. So I understand the thought that the 1 day might shorten it, but it probably wouldn't impact the overall dates. It would mean, for example, we'd have to the Wednesday of the previous week for staff as opposed to the Tuesday. Well, Tuesday is the natural divider because that's when we actually do the post-council analysis of what's taken place. So the 1 day doesn't materially affect it. It's more the week that does.
I guess one last question. Now, not having those extra 2 meetings, do you see us having longer meetings?
It's really up to the council how they govern their times and allocate the meetings. I could say this, globally, we're one of the municipalities that has the lengthiest meetings, but that I think is a function of our materials and council's diligence.
Council's diligence. Councillor Kuntz, I think what's coming is we heard from, well, I heard anyway, from multiple members of council that looking to have more business days rather than one. So it wasn't about needing to read the material, an inability to read the material. It was about the way the process works. There's literally 1 business day to potentially review some and get questions answered rather than ask them here. So I didn't perceive it as being overwhelmed by material, but more looking to have more business days to potentially follow up, get more information, and more effectively govern. Is there any other questions? Councillor Kuntz? No. Councillor Van Popte, go ahead.
Yeah, to that point, you know, as much as meetings are, you know, very important to what we do here, equally as important is being prepared when we get here. And, you know, July 24th meeting, we had 2,000 pages to read in 4 days. There was not enough time to be able to ask staff on some of that information. And I think quite often the questions that we ask at the table here are actually covered in reports that some of us aren't reading or don't have time to read or delve into more so. So I think preparation for these meetings is equally as important as the amount of meetings that we have, and I'd like those extra days to be able to come prepared.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, it's interesting. Here we are, we're exploring a bylaw that many of us have asked for as long as I can remember. It's giving more time. And I know that Councillor Richter, who's been here on long council as well as I have, and we've consistently said, and I remember Councillor Long used to say it all the time, that we get the council package and we have to bother staff on the weekend to get more information, which we don't like to do. So here we are, we've talked about something that we've wanted for the longest time, and now we're arguing or discussing it in length and taking more time out of this agenda today, where these are all beneficial to council, to staff, to everybody involved. So I think it's time to move on. We've got a lot of other business today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on the first part of E2. And that's simply to have a look at draft. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Item 2, council approved the proposed calendar. I'll move we defer that to 10:23. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Rint. Just going to call a show of hands. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries unanimously. Item E3, development permit application number 101255. Development permit number, 101255 for property on Fraser Highway. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Rint, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through yourself to staff, just wondering if there was any discussion with the proponent about including a residential component since it's on a rapid transit route. or eventual rapid transit route.
Challenging here with being a development permit, Mr. Backen, but Mr. Richardson.
Through your worship to Councillor Pratt, as Mayor Woodward outlined, the existing zoning, although it does accommodate for residential uses, does not require such. So in this case, there's a proposed commercial use of the ground floor with a second floor daycare use. So although the permitted uses were outlined and shared with the proponent, they've elected to proceed in this manner with employment generating uses, including the daycare, your worship.
Thank you. Mr. Pratt.
You.
Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, I just had a quick question through your worship to staff. This is the second application that I've noticed in the Murrayville area that has provisions. So it's on page 4 of the report under development permit. The proposal includes a pedestrian-oriented plaza with seating on the corner of 48th and Fraser Highway. And I know that there's a plaza on the corner of Fraser Highway and 222, and I just wanted to understand the rationale about having seating at a major intersection. It's not generally something that, you know, people go to gather and watch traffic. So I was just wondering if there's something within our Murrayville OCP maybe that requires that, and I just wanted to understand the rationale for that.
Through your worship, Councillor Van Popta, there's nothing specific other than general policy documents about the Murrayville plan for outdoor seating in areas there. Staff generally try to work with proponents and the landscape architects, and especially in those for outdoor areas, especially in employment generating uses, to allow folks to gather outside. As you've noted, perhaps the site in this particular location is maybe not ideal, but does accommodate for those sort of outdoor opportunities. Noting the site has some constraints, in particular, sort of a triangular lot pattern, as well as some restrictions in terms of the statutory right-of-way encumbering the property. So on balance, the provision of an outdoor space for folks in the building is on balance a benefit in having none whatsoever, your worship.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I actually had the same thought as Councillor Pratt did, which is I wondered why it wasn't higher than 2 stories if that's permitted under the zoning. I know this is a DP. I love the idea that there's a daycare in there, but I think if we had some residential, because he's right, it's a prime location on transit. It's like, if we sent this back to talk to the developer about adding residential, would that be in violation of the zoning bylaw?
Mr. Backen, I believe a delay is not a problem, and asking for something is not a problem. It would be requiring it that would be a problem. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship. Just keeping in mind that the zoning, the use and the density is provided for, they're building in accordance with that to delay to encourage, but if they ultimately decline, they would be entitled to the use and density as set out in the zoning bylaw.
Yeah, I believe the parking requirements are probably somewhat of a challenge on this site as well. Do you wish to make that motion, Councillor Richter?
Yes, so it would be a referral to staff to discuss the possibility of making it higher than 2 stories.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion on that referral? Councillor Richter, do you have any more?
Oh, thank you.
Councillor Pratt?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I don't know if there's a mechanism to do that here or if staff can take it under advisement, but since we are on transit there, it's a 503 Express, I'd be interested in exploring the possibility of a parking variance of some kind to promote a more mix of use, if that's amenable to the developer or the proponent.
Okay. I think staff have heard that. They can certainly discuss that as well if this proceeds. Oh, gotta be faster. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I know we're going to be voting on putting this forward back to staff. Again, they're busy doing their thing. I'm just wondering if that's possible, if I may, through the chair, to do something like that. I don't expect you, Mr. Richardson, you have an answer right away. This is an application. It's I don't know, development permit, whether we can move it procedurally, I don't know. But I'll through the chair to Mr. Richardson if it's possible to do that, if I may.
Mr. Backen?
Through your worship to Councillor Ferguson, and concur with Mr. Backen's previous comments about that in terms of the zoning. The zoning does provide for residential uses, but does not necessarily require them. The building is also compliant in terms of height. The zone has a 12-meter height requirement, and they're within that requirement. So certainly aligning with Mr. Backen's comments, we can certainly proceed in that manner, Your Worship.
Thank you.
It's in order, but may not be appropriate. Okay, so with that, I'll call the question on E3. The referral for E3 back to staff. How did you intend to vote, Councillor Richard?
Sorry, opposed. I didn't realize it was referral.
Okay, so we'll call that question again. So call the question on the referral, E3, back to staff. That's defeated. Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rent, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Van Popta, Councillor Ferguson opposed. Now back to the main motions. I cleared the queue, so is there any other speakers on E3? Seeing none, I'll call the question on E3. That carries. Councillor Pratt opposed. Item E4, development variance permit application number 100162 for subdivision in Brookswood. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Rent. Is there seconded by Councillor Ferguson? Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question about this property, because it seems to be an extremely treed property from the picture that I saw on Google Maps. And I'm wondering, will there be room for mature tree retention on this property if this goes through?
Through your worship to Council Richter, yes, in accordance with the subdivision development servicing bylaw requirements. So we always seek to preserve trees where we can in terms of the subdivision development servicing bylaw and those requirements.
So will there, like when will it ever come back to council, how many significant trees there are and how many will be retained? Or is that gone by the wayside with the zoning bylaw?
Through your worship to Council Richter, should the council advance the application, the concurrent subdivision application is pursuant to our subdivision development servicing bylaw, which has a process for a provision of a tree management plan by a qualified professional and staff review, and looking there to retain trees within that context, your worship.
Okay, and will there be an opportunity for public input on this?
Your worship, development variance permit pursuant to our procedures bylaw is sent by written notification to the neighboring properties, including those across the streets, with the opportunity for written comment, your worship.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, call the question on E4. That carries unanimously. Moving to item E6, Agricultural Land Commission application number 100394 with a recommendation to not refer. Is there a mover for that? Sorry, this was removed from the agenda. Yes, item E, yeah, it was removed, sorry. Item E7, 2023 Digital Museums Canada Grant. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Richter, seconded by Councillor Martin. Is there any discussion on E7? Seeing none, I'll call the question on E7. That carries unanimously. Item E8, 2023 ICBC Road Improvement Grants. Get a mover. Moved by Councillor Rent, seconded by Councillor Martins. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, call the question on item E8. Carries unanimously. Item E9, Union of British Columbia Municipalities Disaster Risk Reduction Program Grant Submission. Get a mover, please. Moved by Councillor Rent, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion on E9? Seeing none, I'll call the question on E9. That carries unanimously. Item E10, Fraser Valley Flood Mitigation Funding. Get a mover, moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Rent. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question on E10. That carries unanimously. Item E11, Community Grant Policy Amendments. Get a mover for the recommendation. Moved by Councillor Rent, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion? Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Thank you. I've provided this wording already to everyone at the table and staff. I would like to move an amendment.
Go ahead.
That staff establish an annual grant for $100,000 to the Salvation Army Gateway of Hope and report to council with the necessary community grant council policy amendments.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Do you wish to speak to it? No? Okay. So just to some context, correct me if I'm wrong, we did this one time, and I think there's a desire to see it reflected in the annual grant program, to make council aware of it on an annual basis. That's the intent. So any other discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Gotta be faster, Councillor Ferguson. Go ahead.
It's more of a procedure, if I may,
Yeah.
through the chair to staff. Is this would be in perpetuality, or would that be analyzed yearly in the grants program, if I may?
Your worship, I think it would be the intent that it would remain. However, it would be the subject to yearly review, as all the grants are. So it would be reviewed on an annual basis, but it would be automatically included in the grant submissions.
Can I just add more of a friendly amendment, but there's no such thing as a friendly amendment that will be reviewed annually, if I may, through the chair? I said, note that,
No, Mr. Bracken, so I believe the intent is that council sees it annually and is de facto reviewing all grants annually. Councillor Ferguson, or?
Correct.
is that included in the motion?
I think it's included in the process, but if you wish to add it to the motion.
Yeah, I would like to add it to the I thought it's more of a friendly amendment, but I'll make an amendment
and
regardless.
we said there's no such thing.
Reviewed annually.
So we'll move an amendment to be reviewed annually. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion on reviewing it annually? Seeing none, I'll call the question on that amendment. Actually, did I amend an amendment there, Ms. Little? Yeah, I believe I did. So, is that correct? So it's not a referral, we are amending the recommendation.
We should take his amendment as a motion.
That's correct. So, sorry, I apologize, Councillor Ferguson. If you recall, we removed amendments to amendments from the council procedures. So if this motion passes, then we'll take an amendment to the amended motion, if that works for you.
Okay.
So we'll come back to you. So that did not occur. So we're going to now, there's any other speakers on the amendment as presented by Councillor Martins? Seeing none, I'll call the question on E11, the amendment. Great. That carries unanimously. Councillor Ferguson, do you wish to move that amendment?
Yes, you
please?
move the amendment that it would be reviewed annually.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion on that amendment? Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Just for my own clarity, do we not already review everything annually?
Mr. Bracken, maybe you can confer the process.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the reference is that procedurally staff review them annually, but I believe and then they submit them to council with that commentary. I believe the intent here is to make sure that it's council that reviews them annually, and that it's embedded in the actual bylaw itself as opposed to a practice.
Thank you.
So, seeing no discussion on that amendment, call the question on second amendment, E11. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Ms. Little, could you bring up the amendment that I provided to you? We've discussed it before. Once I see it, I'll get plenty of time. I provided. I'm not sure why this one's not printed, but oh yeah, it's right here. Yeah.
Mayor Woodward, is that the one regarding nothing for effort, or
Yes,
is that the second one that you brought up?
It's labeled here E21, which is confusing people.
Oh, I see.
So that is actually related to item 11, not E20.
11, oh,
Yeah.
typo, yeah.
So if everybody could pull that up, it's labeled incorrectly. The council removed section 6.6 of Council Policy 06022, Community Grant Program, to cease the nothing without effort category and direct staff to reflect that change within the 2024 budget. I'll move that. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. So open that up as a seconder. So Councillor Richter, you need to push your button again. So their logic here for this is the nothing without effort grant has been around for many years, has not been awarded once in years. And we're taxing taxpayers for this grant that's not awarded. So I think it's appropriate. It has also been suspended since 2020. This is here for council consideration that we cease with this grant. The criteria are very burdensome. They're very significant. While well-intentioned, it's not a grant that has been taken up, and I would like to reflect that in the budget. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I was wondering if staff could tell us how much is set aside in this community grant program, and if it can be redirected, say, to the Salvation Army?
Thank you, Your Worship. The amount is $35,000, and it's discretionary, so council can direct it to whatever they wish to.
Okay, I would like to make an amendment. Oh, I can't amend an amendment.
You have to come back once if this is successful, Councilor Richter.
Okay.
So with that, I'll call the question on the amendment regarding nothing without effort. And that carries unanimously. I had a second one, Councilor Richter, so I'll come back to you. Ms. Little, the second one I didn't have a chance to print, but if there's maybe you could highlight for council in the report, there was an oversight where item 722 and 734 in relation to only one entity per grant, that was not included within section 7. Did I have that correct, Ms. Little?
That's correct,
Yeah.
Your Worship.
So it's just an oversight that paragraph should have been included in all grant categories. So I'll make that amendment to include that. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rint. So any wish to speak about duplicating that one grant per organization per category for all categories? No. So call the question on that amendment. That carries unanimously. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to direct the Nothing Without Effort funds go towards the annual Salvation Army Gateway of Hope.
Is there a
grant.
seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Kunst. Councillor Richter, do you wish to speak to it further?
No, I was just thinking it would be good to have at least some of the 100,000 identified, where it's coming from.
So, Your Worship, just to clarify, the 35,000 would be applied to the 100,000, so it would be a net of 65 would be funded elsewhere.
So I certainly applaud the desire to increase the funding. I think this council is doing its part with that 100,000 that not everybody thought we would continue with. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to discuss that, but I'd like to see that as part of the budget process. So I'll make a referral that this suggestion be referred to the 2024 budget process for further discussion there to consider increasing the grant to the Gateway of Hope at that time. So that's seconded by Councillor Martins. So is there any other discussion on that referral to the budget process? Seeing none, I'll call the question on that referral. Now, am I not referring the whole motion now, Ms. Little, am I? That's the challenge. I'd like to refer that amendment.
You were referring the motion made by Councillor Richter regarding the 35,000 Nothing Without or Efforts category be
Yeah.
redistributed to the Salvation Army.
Yeah, so we were amending the main motion, but now we're referring that amendment. Am I able to do that? Just want to double check.
Is it, she directed us, correct?
So not referring the whole grant program, just the amendment. Is that correct? Okay, so I just want to clarify. That's what we're doing. We're just referring that one suggestion to the budget process. Is there any other question? That's great. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. So now back to the main motion as amended. Is there any other discussion on E11? Seeing none, call the question on E11. That carries unanimously. Item E12, capital request for apparatus deployment analysis module. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Martins. Councillor Bailey, go ahead.
Yeah. First off, I've been removed for a while, and this is much more modern technology. And from what I understand, I would really appreciate so council can get a full benefit, figure out what this is. If I could get Chief DeRoy to come up and speak to it, please.
All right. Chief DeRoy, you may want to sit in the front row for,
Yes.
for items to come.
For sure. Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. So the Apparatus Deployment Analysis Module, also known as ADAM software, is an evidence-based model for critical strategic decisions. So the ADAM software uses historical computer-aided dispatcher, and also known as CAD data, geographic information systems, or GIS, map data, and a rigorous projection algorithm to project the impact of deployment changes on response times and availability. It can compare alternate deployment scenarios and provide the optimal location for a new station, like Hall 8, for example, which I know has been identified as a council priority. The ADAM software will be able to assist the Township and Langley Fire Department in several areas, including future planning around deployment, community risk assessment, standard of cover, while considering future growth, current and future roadwork additions, as well as call volume. Armed with science-backed data, we can continue to serve our community with the required resources and staffing Cost includes the configuration, project management, installation, training, and user licenses.
So that's chief talk. I'll take this down to a line officer's discussion. One of the reasons why I see this so important is it will also be available to the captains on the vehicles, correct?
That's right. One of the other initiatives we're working towards is to use our modems on our trucks. And there's a Cypress View, which is an application that can be used to actually show where vehicles are at all times. Well, then we'll give situational awareness to not only the chief officers, but our officers on the trucks. Coming from the North Shore, we had a program where we could always see where all of our trucks were apparatus across 3 departments on a map. And from a situational awareness point of view, that is extremely important. You know who your next gen resources are. There's layers on there where you can see your hydrants and all kinds of different things. So it would be really beneficial for everybody in the department.
So where this can also be very valuable in that similar strain is if I'm a first-aid officer, say out at Hall 3, and I have a structure fire, I can make a decision based on how fast the next vehicle can get in to either grab water for me or form a RIT or any of the other safety factors that a first-line OIC has to consider when they're putting their members at risk. So to me, even though this is new technology and I'm trying to get up to speed on it, it's got so many uses that will be useful to not only the designing aspect of halls and all that and eliminating the need for consultants and their cost, but it will become a fundamental tool for the safety of the firefighters immediately at the discretion of the first aid officer. And I can't overstate the importance of when you're putting members at risk in many different aspects, you have to know what the backup is and how you can handle things like rapid intervention teams and water supply. So strongly in favor of this.
Great. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I was just wondering why we're funding it out of capital projects and not out of the fire equipment reserve.
Mr. Backen?
Ms. Ruff?
The fire equipment reserve is for the replacement of fire equipment and not meant for new items.
But does that mean we should maybe change the conditions of the reserve to cover things? There's actually, what did I figure out, 1.36 million of items here that are coming from capital projects that maybe could be funded out of the fire reserve or the fire equipment reserve.
Your Worship, a couple of cautions. The reserve is really intended to replace existing equipment. Council must make the decision to add equipment to the reserve that would then form part of it. If we were to use those funds, it would likely impede hiring further equipment or replacing further equipment down the road. So I believe that's the rationale for the distinction. Is that correct, Ms. Ruff?
Correct. The reserve is probably not fully funded at this point.
Okay. And I just want to confirm that this will, I know the report here mentions Hall 8. I just want to confirm that all the halls will be able to use this.
Yes, it can be used for, through your worship, it can be used for a number of different applications.
Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I guess my lack of experience never being a firefighter, the frontline worker must be the guy riding the truck, and the OIC must be the officer in charge. I appreciate the comments of my counselor. I'm sure that the public listening and many of my colleagues that are new might not know some of these or even know what Adam is. This Adam, is it replaced? What was the other one called before Adam?
Through your worship, I'm not sure what Councillor Ferguson's referring to.
Okay, so okay, maybe I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking about the system that does an analysis of, I guess the location of a site or something, maybe directional or whatever. Okay, I'm not going to go. The question I have: what is if this is the analysis for identifying future hall, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
that's what
what if, I mean, Langley, this is why I'm just asking questions, I'm not a firefighter, is we have 75% of our communities in the ALR, you know, plus other things with density. What if that location finds out would be a best location, would be in the ALR? What would you do? Would you look for a zoning change, if I may?
Through your worship, I mean, that we would use Adam to figure out the best location. And you can enter a number of different scenarios into the system, and it'll ideally tell you this is the best place from a deployment point of view to locate the hall. And then I would have to defer back to others on the rezoning or such.
So some is done by a computer, some is just done by you guys sitting around common sense using the computer.
Well, it's nice because this model uses evidence-based decision-making. So we enter all of our data. It looks at historical data. It can look at future growth. It can look at road infrastructure. It can take all of that into account and say this is ideally the best place to locate a fire hall.
Okay, and that's fair enough, because I know that we do have to look at fire hall 8 and others. Okay, my next question my last question through the chair to Ms. Ruff, if I may. You said our particular reserve is running low on resources. Can you comment on that, if I may, and a way of increasing that or supplementing it or adding to it, if I may, through the chair?
As part of the budget process, we're reviewing the level of funding in this reserve and the impacts of inflation over the last couple of years, so we'll bring back a recommendation during the budget process.
Now, if I may, now I'm asking another question. If through the budget process, we have, as part of our budget and tax system, a protection, if I may, part of that? Is that something you're looking at again? Is that part of the increase in taxes, if I may?
I'm not sure I fully understand the question.
So when we have a tax increase, we usually break that down into departments, and how much is going to utilities, how much is going to sewer, water, and other things. And is there not an area where some goes to protection, if I may?
Correct. We do break down the amount of tax funding going to protective services.
Okay, that's what I meant. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Van Poppel?
Yeah, to Councillor Richter's point, as this is a software, would we not have this come out of like an IT budget line item? Because I know that we have other software that we use within the township. Would this not come out of that budget?
I mean, yeah, I think the reserve chosen, you know, such a relatively minor, small amount of money, another reserve could have been used. Operating surplus could have been used, which is referred to in the next one as prior year surplus. You know, I think capital projects reserve is becoming sort of also a bit of a miscellaneous reserve. So I think for us in the budget process, it might be nice to consider a miscellaneous reserve for items like this that come up throughout the year.
I mean, it is software, so it is IT too, though, so it's good to identify it as such.
Yeah, but the way, Ms. Ruff, if you can confirm through the budget process, this would be considered a one-time capital item, and it would typically, you know, it could come from any other reserve. Ms. Ruff?
We don't have an IT-specific capital reserve, hence it comes out of this one.
Okay.
Yep. Seeing no other discussion, call the question on E12. That carries unanimously. Item E13, capital operating request for fire training center feasibility study. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Martin. Is there any discussion on E13? Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, this is a very unusual opportunity that we can utilize here. Normally, a fire training center would cost in the neighborhood of, would you say, Chief, around $30 to $40 million?
I know the one where I previously worked in the district, I think it's close to 50, if not more than that.
So we have a very unique opportunity here to take an existing hall, which when you look at the size, the layout and everything, with a feasibility study of this, we can very rapidly and incredibly cheap turn this into a functioning training center. Currently, the training center is at the operations center, and they need that space. They are desperately, they've been trying to get rid of the fire department out of there for years, from what I understand. And by looking at this, not only can we gain a wonderful asset, but I have already been approached by two different departments when they can rent it. This will be a revenue generation thing, and it will also increase the ability of our firefighters to do much more specific training, both inside and outside. All we have to do is move the cans out of the operations yard, give them that space, and we can also, by doing that, get rid of the A-class burns at the current thing. So, you know, this is a one-time kick. If we don't use this hall as a fire hall, it will revert back to the government as its crown land. And I've got to watch how I say this. I sure as heck do not want to give this to the provincial government when I see such a wonderful one-time opportunity to enhance the training of our firefighters and also generate some revenue.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I had a question about the 150,000 for a feasibility study. Why is it so expensive?
Yeah, I had the same question, Mr. Bracken.
Through your worship, I think we were just trying to be on the safe side. That's why we set up to a maximum.
Up to a maximum.
150,000.
Okay, and also with regards to the source of funding, because this is, I mean, a training center is equipment in my mind. Maybe we need, this goes back to the point I made earlier, maybe we need to look at the conditions around what constitutes a fire equipment reserve. Because a training, it's clear to me we're going to have to start putting money away to maintain these buildings and going forward. And also cover, I see number 16 and 17 are renovations. So perhaps some additional consideration could be given to, if we can't change the terms for the fire equipment reserve, that we create another reserve specifically dedicated to fire facilities, I guess. Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, thank you. If I may, through the chair to the chief. Class A burning, is that compared to A to B, C, all the way to Z? I don't know what that is. Again, my colleagues and the public.
Through your worship, Class A means basically we're burning pallets, but what it does do, it gives us realistic fire conditions, heat and smoke. So obviously we're trying to move away from that. There is actually a funding opportunity through the Office of the Fire Commissioner, which we'll be applying to this week. That is up to 1.75 million towards a live fire training center, but it would be mostly natural gas or something like that, so you're not getting that smoke and stuff that you see now.
Okay, so that's Class A. I got that simple question. Now back to, do you have an idea when you can proceed with this? And number two, the impact, if any, on more of a developing community, if I may.
Through your worship, the feasibility study will give us a better idea what's involved as far as cost, and some of the items, as Councillor Bailey mentioned, can be moved from the current site to the new site. Obviously, the live fire component is a big part. The current burn building, a recent assessment by engineers that was received the end of May showed significant costs money needs to be put into that building to the tune of probably 400,000 plus in the next few years. So it's from a timing perspective, it's good timing.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, I think this is a good idea and also a good location. I agree with Councillor Bailey that I certainly wouldn't like it to revert to other hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, thanks for coming. I appreciate this opportunity and having a training facility in Brookswood. We recently adopted Brookswood neighborhood plans, and I guess what I want to even ask, our council, maybe our staff, is how would the zoning work out with a training facility? And, I don't know if things blow up when you guys are training and doing your stuff, but if we have neighborhoods in that area and how that might, work out for the surrounding residents. Just something that I was contemplating.
Yeah, through your worship, I can't really speak to the zoning, but I know, like we spoke about with the live fire, we're trying to think of the future, we're thinking of the environment, tried to be, create less smoke. Obviously, there will be some noise from training, that's just part of what we do, whether we're cutting up cars and training with auto extrication or whatever else we're doing. So just by that nature, there will be some noise for sure.
Something to consider in the feasibility study comes back, I would think, yeah. The council could make that decision at that time, that if it wants to look at locating training at this facility, or essentially have that land revert back to the federal government.
Well, no, we don't want that to happen.
Certainly don't want that to happen, so. Councillor Van Popta.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that we would, consolidate and use this land appropriately. And I think, moving a training facility out of the residential neighborhoods of Murrayville into something a little bit more like Brookswood in that particular area is probably a great idea. But my question through your worship to staff is, by releasing the space at the Murrayville Operations Center now, is that going to be enough space for, I know that we're at capacity and needing to expand our operations. By moving the training facility out to Brookswood, or is that going to be enough land and space for operations, or are we going to have to still find other accommodations for, I know it was staff parking and things like that?
Your worship, it will assist, but it won't be enough in the long run. We probably should proceed with some satellite locations for better coverage. It will maybe help us in dealing with some of the demands we have, but it's not the ultimate solution, no.
And then would we be able to use some of that old Brookswood Hall for operations, or does it have to be dedicated strictly for fire department use?
The condition, as I recall, of the right of reverter was to be for fire use. So this use is quite novel and creative and maintains that. If we were to expand, we'd have to be very cautious because it would have to be ancillary to the fire department use.
Okay, so we couldn't move operations into a corner of
see.
that lot or anything like that? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I had a question, and I'm probably going to ask it for the other capital requests here. I know that the reports we get from engineering identify things as critical, high, medium, or low. And I'm wondering where this feasibility study fits. Is it critical, high, medium, or low?
Through your worship, from my opinion, it's a critical from a timing perspective, for sure.
And is that system that we use with other departments something that could be used for all departments? Because I find it helpful in this revised budget process.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that, Councillor Richter. Can you?
Critical, high, medium, and low, the ranking system
You'd like to see that for every project request?
for across all departments, not just engineering.
We could certainly consider that as a budget policy amendment. I think that would definitely require a motion of council to have that added, Mr. Beck.
I think it would, your worship, and we may wish to pause because the challenge is those rankings are really dealing with some of the immediate infrastructure and its depreciation, we'll say, where some of the materials we're dealing with here is the creation of new infrastructure. And the creation of new infrastructure is something that's largely left to council because of its priorities. So there is a bit of an overlap, but they are also a bit apples and oranges.
Something that could be considered separately, Councillor Richter, to this request for a feasibility study.
No, I'm just thinking that in terms of consistency, critical, high, medium, and low works well for engineering. It's a large budget item. The fire department is a large budget item. Policing is a large budget item, so maybe we should look at it, using it for all departments. Anyway, I'll just ask one at a time, that's all.
Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I would just add that I don't know if that standard would work in this, if this is critical from timing. If we let this lapse for too long and do not use this facility as a fire training center or a fire hall, it would be very possible that the provincial government would reclaim this. And as I said before, I really don't want to lose this very unique opportunity. This is a one-time kick. That's it.
Yeah. So I want to thank you. Probably going to say that on a few, and the next one's coming up more than this one, but certainly appreciate bringing this to council for it to consider. I mean, I think in the past, there was things that didn't come to council, council never really had a chance to weigh in on it. So I really appreciate the opportunity for council to look at the possibility of a Township of Langley training facility for not only our department, which is my priority, but for other departments as well. And certainly have no problem with that being something that's factored into the decision. I think I asked you about this in our interview, if you recall.
I do.
If we're planning on being a municipality headed to 220,000 and maybe more, with multiple high-rise applications now sitting with our planning department. What is the plan to scale up the department and train people and provide them with the support and training they need to do what's asked of them? So this is the first step in getting that facility. With that, I'll call the question on E13. It carries unanimously. Item E14, capital request for fire hall vehicle exhaust extraction system replacement. Get a mover, please. Moved by Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Martins. Is there, Councillor Bailey.
You can't get any closer to something that I have dedicated well over a decade to. And when it comes to vehicle exhaust, let's talk about the effects of diesel. Number one killer of firefighters right now is cancer. An extreme carcinogenic is diesel. And we're looking at Hall 6 here to replace. This is actually a WorkSafe BC requirement, that there are adequate ventilations. So I'm going to take this to when you put in a new vehicle exhaust system at Hall 6. Am I correct, Chief, that those parts could be used for other halls?
Through your worship, that's correct. We're going to be able to take care of a number of issues by doing this. We'll be able to take care of an issue at Hall 8, Hall 3, and hopefully have some spare parts in reserve too as well.
Could you describe the situation at Hall 8 in regards to the vehicle exhaust system?
I can. For some time, the crews have had to back in because the exhaust system is not designed so they can actually come around. It's a drive-in bay, drive-through bay, but they haven't been able to utilize that since the inception of the hall, and it's actually a safety concern whenever you have to stop traffic in middle of traffic and back into the hall. It's an issue.
So when it comes to Hall 8, I want everyone to remember that, because our firefighters are at greater risk by stopping vehicles in traffic on 208, right at 96 there, because of a I really have to watch what I say when I say a negligent design.
Councillor Bailey, I think we're moving forward into the future and focusing less on the past of the history of Hall 8.
Yeah, well, when I saw the system at Hall 8, as a firefighter who has suffered 2 presumptive cancers, let me tell you that by replacing this at Hall 6, you are going to probably eliminate the possibility until we can replace Hall 8 and save an awful lot of firefighter cancers. And this is something that is one of the main reasons when I saw this inadequate system at Hall 8 that got me out of retirement, come and do this. So I can't support this strong enough so we can get some reserve systems from the old Hall 6, and as bad as it is scrounging parts to keep our firefighters safe, I'll get down there. That's not a problem. And so we can get a modern system at Hall 6. And I can't support this enough. Thank you.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, so I just want to make sure I understand this. So we're putting a new system in for 225,000 in Hall 6, and we're taking the existing system out of Hall 6 and using the parts to fix Halls 3 and 8. Is that correct?
Through your worship, that's correct.
Okay. So fixing the systems at Halls 3 and 8, is that included, the costs of doing that included in the 225,000?
Through your worship, that's correct.
Okay. So the labor's in there. All right, and again, critical, high, medium, or low? I would assume this is critical because of the work-safe stuff.
Your worship, this is a work-safe requirement. This is directly related to health and safety. It's
Okay.
critical.
So is the system at Hall 6 that's going to be replaced, does it have any lifespan left in it, or is it just the parts that have lifespan?
Through your worship, essentially the system in a number of our halls, except maybe the exception of Hall 2, because it's the newest hall that we have, are all getting older. And the one in particular, Hall 6, has become obsolete, and sourcing parts has become next to impossible. So what we're trying to do here is try to be as efficient as we can by replacing the entire system at Hall 6. We can take care of a number of issues at the same time while have some spare parts still to keep us going for a while.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so when you and I talked about this one a little briefly, I think I was kind of, I'm going to be cautious in what I say, Councillor Bailey. Yeah, no, this one is not controversial in my opinion, and I think we'll save our commentary for why you have to bring this forward for private conversation. With that, I'll call the question on item E14. That carries unanimously. Item E15, capital request. We'll come back to you, Chief Roy.
Thank you.
Capital request 216th Street between 88th Avenue and 96th Avenue for the 216th corridor. Get a motion, please. Moved by Councillor Rent, seconded by Councillor Martins. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, call the question on E15. It carries unanimously. Item E16, capital request for Fire Hall 4 renovations to meet current and future functional needs of the fire department related interior renovations. So I just want to specify for council, there's two, one exterior, one interior. This is related to the interior one. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Martins. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, Hall 4 is our busiest hall. And in the future, it's going to get busier and busier and busier. And the needs of that crew, both physically and mentally, depend on having that as a place of refuge. Am I correct that this fire hall was built in 2002?
Through your worship, that's correct, and it was also based on a paid call suppression staffing model at the time.
And other than renovations to initially take the crew that is in there now, have there been any updates since then?
Through your worship, I believe there was some initial work done just to compartmentalize rooms in 2006 when we became a composite department. To my knowledge, after that, there hasn't been anything done.
And in the future, is there a possibility that this busy hall it would have additional staff in it?
Through your worship, that's correct.
So I think with those things in mind, we have to, one, make sure that we maintain the halls that we can. Hall 4 is not one of the targets on my list to relocate because it's actually, well, it's not in the best location, it is in an adequate location. And because of the call volume there, I think we have to make sure that we have a hall that can accommodate more staff in it. And these renovations will hopefully accommodate that. Would that be right, Chief?
Through your worship, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Victor?
Yeah, so I'm looking actually at both 16 and 17, and that works out to almost $1 million in renovations. So my first question is, how long are these renovations going to be good for? My second question is high, medium, critical high, medium, or low. And my third, it's not really a question, it's more a comment. I really think we need to establish another reserve fund for fire halls or fire equipment and fire halls, because it should be coming, there should be dedicated monies for this.
Through your worship, to answer the first question, how long, I would have to defer to facilities for appropriate answer, but what I can say is obviously besides building new fire halls, we still have to maintain our existing halls. And not much has been done since 2006 to this hall. There's a lot of items that are at their end of life and they just don't function for us anymore. There's also things like the exhaust system there. that will require some additional work. Flooring is falling apart, wearing through. It's just, there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
Okay, so critical, high, medium, or low?
Through your worship, I would say this is critical.
Okay, it's critical, and then now how solid are these numbers? Are they gonna come in under these, or are we gonna have to put additional monies in?
Through your worship, in collaboration with our facilities division, it's our best update from the contractors. It should cover all the costs involved for this renovation.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson?
Oh, yes, thank you. If I may, through the chair, quick question. Through number one to the staff, Ms. Ruff, you said the capital projects reserve were running low in that area. We're depleting it quickly, if I may, through the chair?
Yeah, I think that was in reference to the fire equipment apparatus replacement reserve, which Ms. Ruff said was not fully funded, not being drained, but just not fully funded at this time, something that we need to address at the upcoming budget process.
Okay, so that would mean, first of all, a really quick question to you, the chief, if I may. You indicated to Councillor Richter that this is a critical, and I'm just trying to figure out critical compared to the exhausts were workers' compensation critical? Is this, if you don't repair this right away, it's going to cause some medical problems, if I may?
But through your worship, it's critical because there's also a component too that has to do with the exhaust system there too as well. The other part of it is nothing has been done for several years, and it is going to cause more work and more costs.
Okay, so I guess, can you wait for us to look at this at the budget? As you know, we're responsible for the public's money as well. Can you, Chief, can you live with that? The budget's only a few months away.
Through your worship, if that's council's decision, of course.
Okay.
But in my own opinion, I think it should be dealt with sooner than later.
Yeah, I understand. So, Mr. Mayor, at the time, I would like to refer this to the 2024 budget when the time comes for amendments.
Make a note of that, come back to you. Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, I was gonna request the same to defer this to the 2024 budget process. When I read the report, it does come across as cosmetic, and I know that they're highly important, and I've toured all the fire halls, and a lot of them are needing some love, but for the amount that we've approved for the fire department in the past year alone, I'd like to move this particular item just into the budget process for next year. It's not that I don't see the value in it, but we do have to start being cognizant of being able to spread, $500,000 for something else just as urgent. So for this one, based on the report, it read as cosmetic changes. I'd like to just defer this a couple more months, just to put it in the budget process.
All right, so we have two members of council looking for that. So I'll come back to Councillor Ferguson. Beat you to
I would
it.
like to make the motion refer it to 2024 budget.
Okay, so I'll take this. Is there a seconder to that referral? Seconded by Councillor Van Popta to refer this to the 2024 budget process. Councillor Ferguson, do you wish to speak to that?
No.
So just want to clarify from the budget policy that's on the agenda here today, later on in this section, actually I think from prior meetings, a little bit later on in the meeting, there's a budget policy coming up for those that may not be here later on that is asking to reset the budget process that we've seen in the past, to have it completed in principle, completed by Christmas, as opposed to in the past where the budget bylaw process has gone well into the calendar year, sometimes April, May, before departments know what they have to work with for that calendar year. And this council has asked for that to be reviewed, and it's on the agenda here for data to confirm that direction. So if that's confirmed, it'd be my expectation that council would be looking at this within 2 council meetings, and could look at this in the context of other capital projects. So I just want to put it in context. This is not looking at a lengthy delay going on the typical budget process which would have been 8 months from now. This would be coming back to us within 2 meetings, roughly around that time frame. Councillor Bailey.
To refer to these changes as cosmetic, I would have to disagree. When you look at especially this hall, Hall 4, our busiest hall. Now, I still sit on the BCPFFA Mental Health and Wellness Committee, and I know when you don't have adequate facilities, and believe me, in my career, I went through this twice of hall renovations, and the hardship that is put on firefighters, not only physical but mental, trying to keep things together, to try to patch things up and do the best they can. I have to speak against this. I hear what you're saying about you can just delay this for a couple of months, but in a couple of months, I worry about the mental health of firefighters in this situation, especially when you're running hard, as Hall 4 is. So I have to speak against this referral, and yeah, that's it.
Understood. Councillor Martins?
Thank you. As a former first responder, I read this report and I don't see cosmetic anywhere in there. That actually concerns me that that language is being used, and to me it's disrespectful to fire personnel that serve our community. I would like clarification though from Chief DeRoy, because I wasn't a firefighter. Would you characterize these as cosmetic, or if you could provide some clarification of what this means for the community if these improvements come through?
Through your worship, that's correct. So our firefighters are a resilient bunch and a proud bunch, and they'll do the best job they can every day professionally, but they also want to take pride in where they work and being there 24/7. It's different outside the normal maybe facilities in the rest of the township. It is the busiest hall, as Councillor Bailey said, in the township, and they're often going all the time. So there's a number of items on here that just haven't been addressed for a long time. I think of coming into the civic facility and some of the other halls, you want to take pride when you come in and how well things are maintained. It speaks to how long these assets will last, and it extends the life. So they're long overdue. When you come in and tiles are falling apart and flaking off, and the floors are worn through, they weren't made at the time for career staff, not let alone additional staff. So there's a lot of work that needs to be addressed here.
Thank you. And with you confirming my impression in reading the report, I will not be supporting deferring this for anything past today.
Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, I've heard a lot this year, this past term about, hey, if we don't do it now, it's just going to cost more down the road. So if we're going to do it anyways, why don't we just get on with it? That's how I feel about it. I hear you. I've heard this before, in our last term, that there was some problems with, numerous fire halls, and we can just, let's just get it done. So that's where I'm at. So I won't be supporting deferral.
It's just to clarify, it's a referral to the budget process.
Referral.
Yeah, to the budget process. Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify, aside from the mechanical upgrades and the vehicle extraction, when we talk renovations, paint, floor, those are generally deemed, they're not life safety issues. So, but that said, with the previous approval of the exhaust extraction system, do you already have those parts, or how long to procure those?
There's a possibility, through your worship, that a part could be used from Hall 6 by replacing those parts, but we're already reallocating some parts to Hall 8 and to Hall 3, so we'd have to do an inventory to see if we could actually make that work. If we do, it would leave probably no other spare parts for the rest of our halls if any issues come up.
Yeah, so what I was just meaning is if we're waiting for the extraction system for the other, is any of it being used in this hall? The previous parts that were allocated?
Part of this, through your worship, part of this renovation included that additional
Okay.
exhaust.
And do we have that additional exhaust already? Or are we going to be waiting for a certain period of time to procure those parts?
Yeah, through your worship, we do not have it at this time, and I'm not sure what the turnaround time is. I'd have to defer to facilities. Might have more information.
Okay, so there's a chance that we're going to be waiting for these parts. It would all coordinate together is what I'm trying to say. So if we don't have the parts on hand, there's a good chance that we're going to be waiting for them anyways?
Through your worship, it depends on how quickly you can get the work done at Hall 6, really. That could be one of the first things that's done and reallocated to 4.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, if I may, thank you through the chair, and I appreciate the comments of my colleagues regarding hitting the ground tomorrow. What I also, and I appreciate what that also means, I'm only looking at two things. Number one, the equipment. Number two, how to pay for it. Now, I'll repeat myself. Number one, the equipment, and number two, how to pay for it. And I'm, to my own fault, one of the biggest advocates of putting things like reserves together, levies, and even raising taxes to accommodate the very thing we're talking about today. So I hope my colleagues are thinking the same way as I do, because if we need to do these very important things that have been outlined by my colleagues, that we're going to have to be addressing when budget time comes, raising the taxes. And that's important, because if these things are important, this township and this council must be prepared to have tax increases accordingly. And that's my comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I would add a third to that. I would add the mental and physical health of firefighters should be in maybe number one. And then I'll worry about paying for it, because there is too much worrying about paying for fire services. And that's why we're in the situation right now of having a chief bring to this table $1 million plus, because we're playing catch up. And when we hired this chief and when we hired the deputy chief from outside also, it was very deliberate, because there has to be a change in the way the fire department is run. Now, I will gladly lay at the feet of prior councils not funding the fire department to an extent that we are now desperately playing catch up and paying the price for it. But I would also lay that at the fire chiefs and his executive prior for not asking. Council cannot supply fire services if they don't know what's needed. And from my digging into things, we have not had a fire chief for a while that has gone to bat and fought for resources for firefighters. And I will give a glaring, no, I'll give a glaring example.
I don't think we want to get into personnel records of previous chiefs.
This is not personal. This is
Personnel is
strictly,
what I said.
okay, well done. When you're bringing in a new truck and you're putting old equipment on it, that is an example of negligence when it comes to funding.
Councillor Bailey, I think that, again, using words like negligence is something that
Well,
we
if
need
the
to
word
move.
fits,
We need to move
it's
away
the
from
right
it,
one.
and we're focused on the future now. And I think it's inappropriate to talk about the previous chief like that.
we disagree.
I will have stand up for any member of staff, including yourself, Chief Roy, and any member here in the audience to be respected. Councillor Richter?
Yes, I believe that what we just heard was a clear violation of the respectful workplace policy at this organization.
Well,
And there's no need for that kind of name-calling
we're on the
and
referral.
derogatory comments
Councillor
about
Richter.
highly respected people who have
We're-
left the organization.
We're on the referral here, Councillor Richter. So referral to the budget, not referral to politics. Councillor Van Popta, go ahead.
Is there a way that we could split out this motion and get the exhaust and mechanical upgrades done? And then just wait on the other items until the budget process?
Victor Roy, what would that number be roughly?
Your worship, I'd have to defer to facilities. They were the ones that supplied the numbers on the cost.
Yeah, so I think
So can we make a motion to split
not
out
on
that?
not on the referral. No, I think we have a referral for the entire report. We have to dispose of that first.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to call the question. So, we're going to call the question on the referral to the budget process of item E16. That's defeated. That's defeated with Councillor Kuntz, Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rint, Councillor Martins, Councillor Pratt opposed. So now we're back to the main motion. Did anybody have anything else on the main motion? Councillor Van Popta, go ahead.
I move to split out the cost of the mechanical upgrades and the vehicle exhaust.
Okay, is there a seconder to that? I'm not seeing a seconder. I think we just get on with it.
Okay.
Yeah, decision's made, and I respect it. So, back to the main motion, referral budget. So I want to, clarify. So, it's interesting to see some of these debates around the process. It was this council under our leadership that introduced a process where this could even be brought forward outside of the budget process. Normally, you would have brought this forward and it would have bubbled up and it would have come to council next May, next April. And here it is at this table in September to be adjudicated and funded more quickly. So this process that even allowed this to occur was brought in by this council. So I think the desire to see it go to the budget, I respected that. That's been a long-standing process here, and that decision has been rejected. So now, of course, wholeheartedly have no issue. I believe it would have been funded easily through the budget process, as I believe it's about to be. So again, I appreciate you bringing this forward. I'm going to have more comments about Hall 4 under item E17. I'm going to call the question on E16. That carries unanimously. Item E17, capital request, Fire Hall number 4 driveway and apron improvements. I'm going to move it. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Wren. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'd like to know if this is critical, high, medium, or low.
Through your worship, this report is being brought forward by engineering, but I'm here to also help answer any questions.
Thank you, through your worship. Due to the existing configuration on 202, they have to use both lanes to ingress and access the site. So this is a safety improvement for the aerial apparatus, as well as some apron improvement to get in and out of the building.
So critical, high, medium, or low?
Through your worship, I would say it's critical as it is a safety issue.
It is indeed.
Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, and this particular one, if I may, through the chair to the chief, this is where the trucks, and the trucks are a lot bigger now, right, than when we initially built the hall. They have a hard time turning onto the main roads.
Through your worship, I went there in person to actually watch them actually make the turn. The quint right now that we have a Hall 4 has to take up both lanes to make a right-hand turn into the back of Hall 4, which is unsafe, which means luckily nothing's happened to this point, but it's probably just a matter of time.
This is like a safety issue as well.
It's definitely a safety issue, and it also takes into account any future considerations, training, emergency storage down in the future. And once the land is actually developed behind us, we're going to be there locked in for a long time.
Yeah, because I know there's some land use that's being addressed. My last question, if I may, through the chair, is the fact that it's time. Whenever that alarm goes off to a site, it would slow down your time because you have to turn that truck, right?
Through your worship, that's correct. It can affect our response time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Bailey.
Would the high-rises that are being built now be in the catchment area of Hall 4?
Through your worship, that's correct.
And some of the other ones that the possibility of having more high-rises in this catchment area is possible?
Through your worship, that's correct.
Which means an aerial device will probably one day go into this hall, correct?
Through your worship, there's a good chance.
And the turning radius on an aerial is greater than the turning radius of a quint.
Through your worship, that's correct.
So to put an aerial, a 100-foot stick, which is standard, into this current situation, this current configuration coming into Hall 4, would it increase the risk to the firefighters?
Through your worship, this request, when it came forward earlier to council, there was actually a drawing on there that showed, and we actually used the City of Langley's aerial truck because that is the worst case scenario. If that ever happens in the future, we're preparing ourselves. We're looking ahead for the future that truck can stay in the curb lane still and still make that right-hand turn into the back of the hall. And the sharpest turn will be into the first bay, apparatus bay, and it'll be able to successfully do that, maneuver that safely, going by the what we've proposed to extend to the back of the current property.
Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, out before your time. Back in 2019, I toured this hall as a new councillor, and with the former president of the union, and he showed me this. He showed me that Hall 4 needed extra space to get apparatus safely in and out of Hall 4. And I'm not going to go any further, Councillor Bailey, but I'm going to say I couldn't get anybody's attention last term to deal with it. So here we are. This council has acquired the property next door. She even made this possible, and it is now addressing the issue of access to Hall 4. It was brought to our attention, and we solved it. And I'm very excited to fund this today. Like I said, I've been trying to fund this for 4 years. So with that, I'm going to call the question on E17. That carries unanimously. Item E18, capital operating request, rain gardens maintenance responsibilities. I'll move it. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Councillor Richter.
Okay, which one are you moving?
I moved both.
It's,
No, Your
there's
Worship,
an or in
there's
there.
an or. There's an or in there, sir, Your Worship.
There's an or. Yes. Or. Yes, I see that. So there's a reason why I did that and didn't pay much attention is I was going to make a referral to the 2024 budget process. So I would like to refer the entire thing to the budget process. So that's why I was not paying too much attention to the or. So I would, rather than move it and second it, why don't I refer this agenda item to the budget process? Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Martins. That was my intention anyway. Councillor Richter, do you have any on the referral? But if you wish to speak to the item, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think people bought into areas that had rain gardens. Why is the township now having to maintain their rain gardens? Like, they bought there. That was their choice. They didn't have to buy in an area that had a rain garden. And actually, I think rain gardens make good sense, given the climate change we're facing right now. I don't think that we should even be dealing with this in budget. To me, this is a clear decision. We just we continue on with the process. And if we are going to refer it to the budget, I would like to know how many staff positions are going to be needed as a result of this. Thank you.
Mr. Bragg, I believe that would emerge fully through the budget process. Yes, so we would be able to get a lot more information about the implications of this. That's my intent, Councillor Richter, is to get that information.
Well, I'm not convinced that the budget process we're using this year gives council all the information they need in order to make decisions. So, excuse me if I'm a little skeptical about the budget process.
I'm the first person to appreciate some good skepticism. However, all we can do today is refer it to that process. And if you'd like the process to be better, we can certainly make suggestions on how to make it better. I haven't heard any. So I would like to, any other speakers on the referral? Councillor Van Popta, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm fine with deferring this to the 2024 budget process, especially because rain gardens are too important to our storm management system for them to not be maintained properly. And if residents are not doing it, or they're not doing it to the proper standards, we should actually be concerned about that. So I'd rather bring it in-house and make sure that these are maintained properly because they are integral into our storm management plan.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I'm just wondering if we can get clarification from staff. These rain gardens are public assets maintained by the private. Are there any other assets within the township that are maintained under such an arrangement?
Mr. Bragg?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going through the list of assets we own, and currently can't think of any other assets that is owned by the township and maintained by private property owners.
Okay.
Your Worship, perhaps just expand though. This is probably more analogous to some rights of ways or other sorts of things that do exist. So there are a number of examples from rights of ways, easements, where there may be township works on private property that the private property owner must maintain, but there's an understanding that we have a responsibility for our works that are on it. At the time that these applications were processed, the goal was, as was said, to have some sort of community amenity that would be a part of the property owner's responsibility in exchange for having lower standards, if you will, in terms of some of the drainage. So it was intended to be, again, more like the rights of ways and dedications and easements we've seen before.
Thank you.
Councillor Richter?
If this does go to the budget process, I wonder if staff could come prepared to discuss the possibility of fines.
Mr. Bracken, I believe that would be applicable if council chose option one of the two, to be looking at stricter enforcement.
Yeah, but you're referring both of them.
That's correct,
to
yeah.
the
So we
budget
could consider
process.
that during the budget process if this is not funded. This came forward last term, a number of property owners struggling with the cost, the strata cost, and complaining about the cost of maintaining these, what they perceive to be public assets, and either not maintaining them or maintaining them poorly. And I think this is great for council to actually have the option to consider this, and I think take some time with it. So with that, I'll call the question on the referral. It carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Item E19, capital operating request, extension of offers, hiring of career firefighters. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Martins. Councillor Bailey, go ahead.
Chief, could you describe the process that you're currently doing with new hires?
Through your worship, that's correct. So we were nearing, we're quite a ways along in the current recruitment process for career firefighters. We've had for the past 2.5 weeks, two chief officers, a member of HR, and a member from our union executive, pretty much locked in the room doing 76 interviews, which actually conclude today, at the end of today. So what we're seeing in this year's process, and I've never seen this before in my time, 13 years being directly involved with recruiting, is just the, one is the low number of qualified applicants that have applied, and then two is just the competitive climate that is out there right now with all the different processes that are going on, not only in the Lower Mainland, but the province. We're seeing offers being extended to candidates way sooner than would normally be the norm. So we're also trying to do two things here. We're trying to create efficiencies and save costs by running just 2 recruitment processes over the 4 years, so we can actually create an eligibility list and pull from that list for 2 hirings each time.
So if we don't do what we're talking about here, is there a risk that we're going to lose some really well-qualified candidates in the second aspect?
Through your worship, we do believe, yes, we might not have any candidates or few by the time it comes around. And there's a good chance we would have to do another process, which is quite costly and time-consuming as well.
Am I also correct in saying that that Nanaimo is hiring 40 firefighters, Surrey is hiring 80 firefighters, and man, I can't even count how many Vancouver, let alone the rest of the career departments. And is that an accurate picture of what's going on?
Through your worship, that's correct. There is a number of additional departments to that list, and I think that is definitely adding to the competitive climate and the low numbers that we're seeing.
So if we look at what's going on in the labor market right now, it is extremely competitive. And my worry is if we do not do this with a guarantee, even if we do this, we're going to lose some firefighters, because I myself turned down Vancouver to go to Surrey. And I know out there, if you sit there and just say, well, if you guys can just wait for another 8 months, the odds are you're going to lose at least 50% of these firefighters, and you're going to put in another process. And you're also not going to get the highly qualified firefighters that we need here in the township. So this is what it looks like to be the best solution that I see. Would you confer with that, Chief?
Through your worship, I would agree.
So I think this is a necessary step, especially if we can look at firefighters who are living in the thing, in the township, and sit there and say, you want to stay here in the township and not commute to Vancouver, which is not something anyone in their right mind would want to do. So I have to strongly support, one, you guys doing this double hiring, saving us effectively 2 hiring processes, and trying to get the best firefighters that we can, and especially when we're looking at firefighters who live here. Chief, where do you live?
Through your worship, Willoughby.
And where does Deputy Chief Corey Parker live now?
Through your worship, also Willoughby.
People don't understand how important firefighters living in the community they serve is. There are a number of departments who have living requirements where you have to, and I can speak from experience. When Whistler was negotiating their first contract, it held up for about 3 years on a requirement that firefighters would have to live within the town, the township of Whistler. And if you think a firefighter can afford to live in Whistler, you have another thing coming. So I think this is vital to get the best we can and to save money at the same time.
Are you asking questions you already know the answer to, Councillor Bailey?
Never.
Okay. Never. I would never subscribe to that. Chief DeRoy, I had a question. I'll move the members of council. What would be the implications in your mind of changing the start date listed here of October 1st, 2024 to January 1st, 2025.
Through your worship, of course, I always defer to council's direction, but going back to when the original motion was made in November of last year, I know everybody here knows how important it is to get people, and the sooner we can get more firefighters, the more it's going to benefit us, and it's going to help us deliver the best service we can to our residents.
Wow, you should run for office, Chief DeRoy. That was amazing. I asked specifically, though, is there a significant drawback or implications in your mind of moving that second cohort, issuing the offers, but that would allow this council to consider moving that burden to financial burden, one we want, moving that to the 2025 budget?
Through your worship, that we can make that work.
You could make that work. All right, thank you. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that it's not just firefighters that are in a staffing shortage right now. Basically, we've had, or we are experiencing across all sectors, labor shortages because of the retirements that are coming out of the baby boomer cohort and not enough younger people available. So yeah, it is competitive. I agree with that. Does this mean that signing bonuses are going to be needed? And if yes, how much? And the other question that I had was the starting salaries. If we're taking people out of Vancouver who are currently already on the salary grid, what position are they coming in on on our salary grid? And does the monies that are allocated here take that into consideration? And then my third question is the money that we're going to need each additional year 928 million, or is it
We're not quite to $1 billion yet, Councillor Richter. We're getting close, though, right? So.
928,000 or 1.3 million when we add in the 2024 stuff to the 2025 stuff?
Through your worship, there's a few answers there. So as far as signing bonuses go, that's not something that the fire department typically does. Obviously, we through negotiations and collective bargaining, there could be retro involved, but that would be the same for any union. I believe I would have to defer to finance, but I believe that all those, a number of those items are factored into when they budget the wages, etc.
So the 928,000 is based on placing where on the grid? I'm assuming they're not coming in at the bottom of the scale.
Through your worship, that's correct. That would be at the lowest rate.
That's at the lowest rate.
It's a combination, through your worship. So we're talking about 11 here. 7 of those would be firefighters and 4, just to clarify, would be officers. So that's a captain's.
Okay, but
They are coming in at the lowest rate. What it would mean is the 4 next most senior fire officers, acting officers, would be promoted to captain. So those wages are factored into that.
those wages are factored in. But if we're trying to get somebody from Vancouver who lives in Langley to work in Langley, are they going to come in to be at the bottom of the scale?
For your worship, that is currently the arrangement.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson?
Yes, thank you. This is again one of those reports that we have to really dig into because it's got an awful lot of information, knowing that we've, in December of 2022, just about a year ago, approved the hiring of 44 additional career firefighters over the next 4 years. So that was a main decision made. So we're talking about, in the report that's in front of us, the process of 2023, 24, 25, 26 recruitment process underway. So again, this is a process now. There's an addition to what we've initially done. So I'm not sure, Mr. Mayor, what you had in mind when your comment. And again, this would be something that it's right in the report that would be looking at in our 2024 budget again, because it's already being discussed in our 2022 budget. So, and probably 2023 budget. So
Yeah, I can clarify.
I'm not sure if you're looking for a motion to refer this to 2024 budget, or you had another idea, if I may.
Yeah,
Chair.
I think we could come back to that once everyone's had a chance to speak to it. Yeah. Yeah. Councillor Martins?
Yeah, just really briefly, I appreciate your comment that we can make it work. I feel that's what you've been doing for a number of years. And I don't support holding off on the hiring. I appreciate the challenges that you have well articulated to us, and I support what we're trying to accomplish with this. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think there's multiple things that could occur. I think the status that this council has committed via notice of motion direction to head in this direction. So now we're getting down to the details of how many and when, and which budget envelope, which budget year they fall into, and so on. So I would like to move an amendment that this motion be updated to change the start date from October 1st, 2024 to January 1st, 2025, with the total amount being placed in the 2025 budget and fully pre-approved for you to make those offers. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. So the intent there, I think, is for you to make those offers, but it'll move that into the 2025 budget. So the challenge that this council is dealing with, the last council chose not to, was that scaling up full fire service to this degree, this quickly, is a budgetary challenge. And so we are annualizing 44 additional, and maybe some more, fire prevention and so on, into the budget over that period of time. And they're overlapping in some cases. So what's been brought forward here is overlapping in 2024 with the hires in 2023. So there's a period where 22 firefighters are within that budget envelope. They overlap. And that is presenting some challenges. And so I think in this budget process, I think it would be important, if this is approved here today, for council to also confirm a timeline and a budgetary plan for the remaining 22 that this council is committed to. And that would allow you not to have to come back with this, but then next time you can go into the hiring process knowing what these dates are, as opposed to what's happening now. You're updating us on the status of the hiring process and looking to get pre-approval to get the candidates that you've interviewed and that you want. And I know this council wants to help you with that. Typically, this would have been discussed more fully in the budget process, but I appreciate you bringing it to council to make that decision. So with that amendment, I believe that would provide a significant amount of budget flexibility for this council, where these firefighters are, we've hired 2022, and now looking at the rear ones that have to be accommodated for. This would move them into the 2025 budget. And I think it would be appropriate for council to start looking at these dates being January 1st for new positions, because we're facing the same overlap with our CMP and bylaw enforcement. It'd be better to start using January 1st as the date going forward. We won't be facing the overlapping annualizations in future budgets. So that's the rationale for the amendment, but that's of course up to the will of council on how quickly it wants to proceed with this. Councillor Van Popta.
Yeah, I mean, when I was elected, we campaigned as a team of making sure that we hire those 44, and I'm still very much committed to that. But we also did say that we were going to phase it in, so I've got to be pretty cognizant of how, what budgets they're coming out of, and so I appreciate the amendment, because it allows us to be able to do what we also promised the taxpayer, which is to phase it in. And so this gives you the flexibility of putting out those offers, but having the numbers show up in a different budget, just to kind of spread out the financial tax burden a bit. So I'll be supporting the amendment.
Councillor Martins.
Thank you, Your Worship. And if I can just clarify, sorry, there was a lot to take in there with the amendment, as you described, so bear with me. So your amendment is suggesting that there will be no October 1st, 2024 start date. It'll all be moved to January 1st, 2025?
It would be the approved that extend offers to 11 new career, in addition to the 11 that are already done. So they would be annualized over. So maybe Chief Roy, you could clarify the numbers and the years in which you're extending offers to additional full-time suppression.
Yes, through your worship. So the first group would be offered a January 2nd start date. If we were to proceed with the October 1st, that would be group 2, second group of 11.
And sorry, your amendment then is suggesting that second group being shifted
starts in January
3 months later.
That's correct, but the offers are still extended to them today, or in the timeline the chief outlined.
Okay, thank you. So the concern I have is offers are extended, that's great, October 1st. I doubt many people will be around by January 1st to accept those offers, to be frank, in this current climate. And I think as Councillor Bailey has identified, we're competing with other municipalities in the Lower Mainland for the same talent pool. So I am concerned actually about that delay. I would like to see, I appreciate there's competing budget implications here and a concern about that. I feel that we need to work a little harder to figure that out rather than lose the available talent to other municipalities by a 3-month change.
Yeah, so and I totally respect that, and that's I think it's great to have this adjudicated, and it, of course, be the will of council. The way in our discussions with you and senior management, you know, you confirmed that there's a process of uncertainty, that if an offer is not extended, then they'll be looking for other opportunities. So the certainty of an offer is still there. It's just an extension of the start date. Maybe you could clarify that again.
Through your worship, that's correct. So even if we were to extend offers for October 1st, there is, of course, no guarantee that we're going to have the numbers when the time comes around. But I think, as Councillor Bailey mentioned earlier, the hope would be, especially if they're local and live in the area, that most likely they will hopefully stick around. But of course, there's no guarantee that that will happen.
So I appreciate that. You go ahead, Councillor Martins. The mic is still. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. In the spirit of finding a middle ground, can we roll the dice with the first year and see if this ends out becoming difficult, that we lose a lot of numbers in that 3-month window, and maybe we look at this again for the following year?
Yeah, so I think there's confusion, maybe a little bit confusion about how many, when, because there's already 11 done. Is that correct?
Through your worship, the first group starts January 2nd. That would be
Right,
the first
yeah.
group of 11.
So this would be, okay, so I'm glad, I just want to clarify maybe, because now your comments confuse me potentially then. Because now the second group would be extended offers through the process currently ongoing for January 2024. The second group that you wish to get authorization for would be extended offers for January 1st, 2025. So they would know that they're in, essentially. Is that correct? They're hired if they want to accept it. Is that correct?
Through your worship, that's correct.
That's correct. So that, from what I heard, was the uncertainty of whether or not an offer is being extended or not is creating the potential loss of candidates. And so, in my opinion, this is something the council should consider, and it removes the overlap and addresses the concern of creating the uncertainty in the marketplace. But if council wishes to move ahead with that extra 3 months, then of course it's up to council. Go ahead.
Thank you. And for me, where I'm looking at, yes, the offer is extended, but that's a 3-month window that somebody else could come in and scoop up the talent.
Now,
And that is actually my concern.
That's what
It's not-
confused me.
It's
So
not the uncertainty.
you extend the
of-
offer and they accept the offer, do they not? Is that not how it works? So
You can accept an offer and a better thing comes along.
you can
Move on.
unaccept the offer? Mr. Maybe that would be better to clarify the process of what these offers actually mean.
Through
and
your
what they
worship,
constitute.
that's correct. Once an offer is extended, there's a number of conditions that the candidates have to work through. But at the end of the day, it's up to them. They can walk away if something else
Well,
comes
that's
up.
good to clarify for council's information. I appreciate that. Councilor Pratt, go ahead.
No, I think most of my questions were answered. So if I'm understanding correctly, we have 11 firefighters starting January 2 of next year. And this, if it was not amended, would mean that we're hiring 22 firefighters during the calendar year of 2024. Is that correct?
Through your worship, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, call the question on that amendment. And that carries. Councillor Kuntz, Councillor Richter, Councillor Bailey, and Councillor Martins opposed. So now back to the main motion as amended. Is there any other discussion on the main motion? So there was some talk of from what I heard, members of council of also wanting to discuss this during the budget process. I actually think we've just had the discussion that we would have had at the budget process, and if someone wishes to make a referral, I'll take it. But I think it's time to move forward with that amendment. Now that that's in place, I think that that I'll have some proposals to more than manage the budgetary overlap has now been removed from 2024. Is there any other discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll call the question on E19 as amended. And that carries. Councillor Richter opposed. So, Chief Roy, I want to thank you for that. That was quite a bit. I also want to just highlight that even if the recommendations didn't proceed exactly as they came forward, It's a pleasure to see this council actually debating the issue at all and agreeing to move forward with scaling up the fire department, discussing everything from hall renovations to training facilities to adding suppression capacity for Albert Grove Hall 4 and so on. So again, I want to thank you for your leadership and also want to bestow to you that you and all the members have the support from this council. And I think we've just demonstrated that. And I look forward to getting some feedback on which offers you now have authorization to extend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Ferguson, I'm going to call a break here, recess.
Oh, you beat me
read
to
your,
it.
read your mind,
Point of
so
personal privilege.
we'll, that is correctly a point of privilege. Thank you, Councilor Ferguson. So we'll call a recess here for 5 minutes and resume at 3:35. Okay, so we'll get back underway. Do have quorum. Gonna move to item E20, capital request for ice and dry arenas. Gonna move the first paragraph, and then we can consider amendments as outlined in the report. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any discussion on the report before we start discussing amendments? Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Well, I do have a question about this, and I think we should actually talk about the whole motion before we talk about part of the motion. But the amendments that are listed in the paper come to, if I'm adding this up right, another $50.3 million. Is that correct?
Mr. Backen?
Your Worship, letters A through J add up to $49 million. There's an optional recommendation K, which is for the fiber connections, which would benefit this facility, but really are for future facilities. That's an additional 1.3.
So 50.3 million. So in June of this year, we spent, well, I'm not going to say we because I didn't vote for it, but this council spent $100 million. And 3 months later, we're looking at upping that budget from 100 million to 50 million? Where is all this money going to come from?
Mr. Backen?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess a couple comments. Number one, I think the reasons for the changes are upon hearing the feedback from user groups and the public. We think that some of the elements that are added here may be worthy of council's consideration because we are trying to maximize, I guess, the land value by ensuring the footprint is smaller, hence having underground parking and hence having, multi-stories. And second, some of the amenities that were, I guess, being expected are not necessarily included in the base budget we have. A project is deliverable in terms of the original, parameters. Budget amounts have not changed. I think the scope is being refined to recognize what the public expects. In that regard, then, what we're looking at in terms of going forward, in terms of payment for this, it is largely a cash flow problem, I would say, but a bit more than that. The challenge we face, of course, is that we would have to utilize existing sources of revenue, and particularly community amenity contributions, to fund this. Now, at the present time, we don't have that much, but I think through some staging, we would certainly have to look to partially at least to borrowing, but we could look at internal and external borrowing to fund the entire project, and as well other sorts of revenue that we could generate from, utilization of reserves and surpluses, which are very, very lean at this point, but is also in terms of other real property assets that perhaps should be looked at for disposition. Okay.
So, correct me if I'm wrong here, but there are 2,700 ice users and 1,100 dry floor users for a total of 3,800 users of hockey rinks out of a total population of 150,000. And we're spending all of the grant, the Growing Communities grant of 20, well, almost all, but if you include some of the 50 million, 23.3 million from the grant and 76.7 million out of our reserves. And that's the game plan for the 100 million. I just don't understand how we go from 100 million to 150 million in 3 months. Like, this is excessive, particularly in a period of high inflation. This whole thing should be phased. So, all this for under 5,000 people. Like, I'm sorry, I don't support any of this, and I certainly don't support upping the budget by another 50 million. Thank you.
Councillor Van Popten?
Yeah, I think the challenge with this one is that if we don't do it right the first time, we're going to really kick ourselves. And unfortunately, you can't phase in an underground parkade. It's got to be done at the upfront. And to not put in an underground parkade now is going to severely hamper what we can do on that site in the future. And unfortunately, with the original budget, we were relying on using surface parking that's already there. But as we move along, we know that we have to put these parking stalls underground, which is what, half of this increase is going to go to. Land costs, building up is always the best way to go, especially when it comes to something like dry sheets, being on top of ice sheets. If we can save that space, what's the opportunities that we can do with the land that we're not spreading out on, especially not using a parking lot, a surface parking lot, and not expanding the sheets that way. So although it's 50 million upfront additional, we're actually saving those 50 million on additional costs that we would have had to spend on something else later on down the road.
Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, through you to staff, about the underground parking lot, or is there an opportunity for other user groups to use that underground parking lot? And as we sort of develop that area, will that be sort of something that, will be sort of growing, or are we going to build a big enough underground parking lot?
Yeah, I'll just go direct to Mr. Winslade for that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Woodward. The underground parking that's being proposed utilizes the entire space under the arenas within our road alignment. So it's actually a bigger footprint than the actual arena building footprint. So to answer your last question first, we're planning for the future where ideally the majority of parking within the district and on site would be underground parking as we further develop the rest of the district. So this would be our first portion, but it would be setting the standard that hopefully could be followed as we would go through. And then I think your other question was just about who would use the parking. And there's definitely, of our primary youth user groups, a lot, but there's also a lot of other events and other activities that happen around the area, the existing buildings, and obviously in this new building. And again, as the district hopefully develops over the years, this parking would be available for everybody. And it's an interesting comparison. We did a lot of work on parking options, as was directed by council from the last report over the last 3 months. And generally it comes down to either surface parking or underground parking. The surface parking requires approximately 3 acres, which is ballpark $18 million-ish worth of land, and about $4 or $5 million to build it. So surface parking has a value of about $23 million. Underground parking is about 25. So, it's an additional $2 million at this time, but there's a big opportunity cost to be able to protect that surface land for the future as well, 3 acres. So we've done a lot of comparisons, and again, a lot of it's in the report, but if council has any other questions about it, happy to answer them.
No, I appreciate the comments of Councillor Richter, but this was something that I wanted to support. We haven't built a new skating rink or arena since 1973. And, it's time, and I know it's expensive, and this will be one thing that I will be supporting. And I can't see us in this, 21st century that we would have surface parking at a facility like this. We need the underground parking. So I will be supporting it.
So we might start getting to some amendments because we can discuss some of the elements and maybe have a suggestion here in a moment. Councillor Ferguson, do you have any general thoughts before we start talking about the amendments?
If I may through the chair, some clarification. In the report, I'm looking, there were some numbers expressed by another councillor about how many users there are. Is that in the report, if I may through the chair? It's, the 1,000 hockey, or I don't see it here in the report.
No, I don't believe it's in the report. We function on the basis of around 4,000 direct users, and that doesn't include other parties that come to the table from time to time, such as, say, if there's a hockey game, there might be other users from outside the area or from also inside the area. So the numbers are consistent with our general, our general understanding.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Myself being formerly a teacher, for every student in that school I taught at, there was a son or daughter, another sister or brother. There was a parent and grandparent or something, other extra member of a family or extra member of the community. So for every person playing soccer or hockey or baseball, the list goes on and on and on. There's a complete connection to a family. And so how do you measure, if I may through a chair, how do you measure that with 4,000? It could be multiplied by 4, or as an example, as to the family members affected. And then you go to the people that are non-user, non-registered, that use facilities, they book it. Other people that come from other communities that book it. I just wonder how you get down to just a number 4,000, or whether that impacts more than 4,000.
I think the reference is to the actual number of users through associations and registrations. That certainly would have a larger impact if one included the families or, in my example, visiting teams.
Yeah, that's it. So it's not a question of just a number of young people or youth or others. It's affected the whole group, and so that's important to know. I mean, you might end up being the 3/4 of the whole community has got somebody involved in sports, or knows somebody in sports, or visits sports. Could be sports, it could be arts, it could be culture, it could be a number of different things that people are involved with. Okay, now back to we actually did put a new facility within the last 20 years at LEC. That's another piece of ice, and we replaced, I guess, Aldergrove Arena with a new arena in Aldergrove. So there's two things we have added. So there's other things, but I appreciate the fact that we have to move forward. My last thing, if I may, through the chair, either Mr. Winslade or others, is there's costs for building things just keep changing. Facilities, architects, and other things. Is that not the case? And to build things nowadays, it seems to go up on a regular basis, if I may.
Mr. Winslade?
There definitely has been escalation over a long number of years, and rapid escalation since COVID began. So any projects that kind of are planned or underway more recently are seeing some challenges. Within the body of the report, we did list our project team, and we felt that was really important because we're extremely happy with the group we have, and have done probably a year's worth of work in the last 3 months to get to this point. Actually, the original council report referred to us coming back later in the fall, and we're happy to be here in September with some further information. But we're the report refers to there's still a little bit of risk until it's fully tendered, but we're really confident with the group we have that we can work together and try to live within whatever budget council sets at the end of this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Richter, we're going to get to amendments, but if you have any other general thoughts?
Yeah, well, I still want to go back to the fact that, Councillor Ferguson just raised that we built a new rink in Aldergrove. That was within the last 5 to 6 years anyway. But $100 million is singularly the largest expense that I think any council has ever built on ever spent on a recreational center. And now you want to up that budget by another 50%, all for 3% of the population. This is not the way to run a township. Why aren't we just starting with 1 rink or 2 rinks? Do we really need 5 rinks right now?
Mr. Winslade, maybe you can address this economies of scale.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Woodward. From an operational perspective, 3 is the kind of magic number of ice sheets. Generally, you work on 15-minute ice cleans with a 5-minute break in between, so you have 20 minutes. So if you have 1 Zamboni, theoretically, you can do 3 sheets per hour. The plant has some definite efficiencies. We likely won't just have 1 Zamboni. We'll have 2 and or 3 because of other reasons, but definitely from an efficiency point of view, 3 is the right number of ice arenas. And for our user groups, there's been some significant changes over the last 5 to 10 years, one of which is, the majority of activities, not just sports, but all activities these days for youth in particular are now year round. We used to have nice breaks where ice would start in September and finished at spring break, and then lacrosse and ball hockey, dry flow activities would come in and go from March until September. Now, almost every activity for youth is year round, and that's put a lot of pressure on the facilities that we do have. So, this is addressing, a pretty medium-term, long-term need that we've had in our facility. We did do the Aldergrove facility, which was just a replacement of an existing arena. And we did add the event center, but the event center has a lot of events, so it doesn't serve necessarily, it does have community use, but not to the extent that these facilities will have, or they'll be primarily focused on our youth user groups.
Okay, but the question that I asked was, do we really need to build 5 right now at $150 million?
Mr. Winslade?
From a use perspective, we spend a lot of time talking to our user groups. We do believe the need is there based on the existing numbers, and they are restricting registrations in the various sports because of a lack of surface time to utilize. So we do believe the need is there. And from a cost perspective, you know, I know it's difficult for all of us to grasp, and we talk about it internally, but essentially the cost of a facility has doubled since the start of COVID, no matter what type of facility you're looking at. So we built Hall the Grove at a great time. It opened in 2018, but there's no way we could build that facility now for anywhere close to what we built it for. And with continual escalation, it refers in the report, you know, we believe, you know, deferring it will just cost more. We'll be lucky if things stabilize, but it's definitely not going to go in a negative direction as far as the cost go.
Okay, now, the other thing is, the first paragraph that we're discussing right now, or the first part of it, says 100 million plus GST. How much is the GST going to be on this?
I'll defer to our Director of Finance, but we recover the GST, so from a budgeting point of view, it's not substantial.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question.
Okay.
We don't see that on other capital requests, so why are we seeing it on this recommendation?
I think we originally put it in the recommendation just because when the tenders come back, they generally include GST, so we just wanted to be clear that it was plus GST, but from a budgeting point of view,
Yeah,
it's
so
not
the way it reads is we're authorizing 105 as opposed to 100. So I was going to consider an amendment to remove it if there's no negative implications to that.
No, there's no implications.
Okay,
We're just
thank
trying
you.
to be clear.
Thank you, Councilor Richter, for raising that. I had the same question.
Okay, now, and the 76.7 million out of the 100 million that's coming from reserves, what is the status of our reserves now? Like, which reserves are these coming out of?
Mr. Backen?
We'll all look at. The facility is ultimately able to be funded through our CAC program. The majority of the facility will ultimately be funded by CAC if that's what council wishes to do. So what we're looking at is interim funding sources as determined by council as we go through the upcoming budget process that then would ultimately either be replenished or we would, you know, recognize some CACs as we go along. But those discussions will have to be had with council in the future, and Director of Finance would have to answer.
Okay, well, I guess
balances.
where I'm coming from is the cupboard bare. We just spent like $3 million on firefighting, and now we're taking 76.7 million for, and that's not including the 50 million extra, but the 76.7 million, like, what is the status of our cupboards right now? Do we have anything left in the cupboards?
Ms. Ruff, I think you just may want to clarify that there's a minimum operating remainder left over, and that there's expenditures made by council, which the funding is determined through the budget process. So this will be coming forward, I believe, in a month or two. Is that correct?
Correct. The 76 million has not been, a funding source has not been determined on that, nor is there one in this report for this 50 million. That will have to come back to council.
Okay, but we're doing a process, a budgeting process now, where we're walking into meetings and we're spending millions in every meeting because of the process that we've adopted. Like, it's all piecemeal. When do we get to see the whole picture?
I mean, I think the whole picture is clarified, but I mean, if we need more information, we can certainly
Well,
get that during the budget
Okay,
process.
we've got $110 million of new debt. We've got 76.7 million marked out of reserves here. We just spent 3 million out of, 1.3 million on fire equipment and facilities. We're gonna have another $1 million of fire staffing. Like, where is the money coming from?
Yeah, so I get that the challenge is frustrating. If you, I don't know how to. I'll explain it, and again, like I'm not sure how to do that.
No, I just don't understand why we're spending $150 million for 3% of the population.
Yeah, so
What about the other 93% or 97% of the population?
sounds like quite the brochure. What I'm looking at here is initial funding envelope of 100 million. So right now we're establishing for staff a budget envelope for them to complete the design of the project, and with the parameters that are outlined here, with pretty significant additions, and that during the budget process and leading into the 2024, funding sources would be finalized. And I'm not concerned that we'll have an ability to do that. And I sense that you're asking the same question. Again, I'm not sure how to answer it more than we have, because what the problem is you keep using the word spending, but actually the motion says a funding envelope.
Okay, you want to split hairs? Who's going to end up paying for it? The taxpayers are. Whether they're paying it through additional debt, lower reserves, or more taxes. That's what this is all about. And 5 rinks, do we really need it? And I'm not getting a clear of course it's more efficient to build 5 at once, but what about the need side of things?
Yeah. So
I'm sorry, this is just, this takes budgeting to, it's just not the way to run a township or a business, period.
I think that the challenge.
And we're here to run a corporation.
Yeah, so I think it's not splitting hairs to differentiate between funding sources to be determined by council and establishing funding envelopes that allow staff to complete the design of the project. So I think that's maybe the source of some of the concern. The statements, I'm kind of trying to get in the pattern of not responding. I don't know how to ignore them, because claims are made that it's paid by taxpayers and reserves, where staff have clearly answered that it comes from the Community Amenity Contributions Program, and that Mr. Backen identified it as a cash flow issue when that program is going to be generating hundreds of millions of dollars over the lifetime of development here.
I don't see in
Ms.
this
Council
report
Richter,
anywhere where it says the
I don't interrupt
community
you, Council Richter.
amenities. It says from internal
That's fine. Let her do it. It's
reserves.
fine. Can I continue? I don't interrupt you, Councilor Richter. I'm trying to.
Oh, yes, you do. We do this every meeting. I don't, fine, I'm not going to say anything more. I'm just voting against it.
Okay, well,
Ridiculous.
I'm sorry that trying to explain the difference between funding envelope and funding sources is ridiculous. I think it's just simply not accurate to reflect.
Spending money like this is ridiculous in a period of high inflation like we're in right now. It's just ridiculous. No household would do that.
Again, I'm not sure how anybody can. I'm trying to make a comment. It's hard when I'm interrupted constantly. So the challenge here is, again, these statements are made that it's being paid for by property taxes or reserves. Just isn't true. And so, do you allow these comments to stand? I have a choice. I can ignore them and have them put into the media on social media and have them propagated, or I can continue to try to explain that that's not what this council is doing. This council is actually preventing property taxes for becoming the source of this facility 10 years from now if it's not built today. As I mentioned to Minister Singh in regards to funding schools, government, why pay today when you can pay twice tomorrow? Because that's what the province is doing with schools.
Well, that sounds like a brochure line too.
Councilor Richter, I'm just going to turn your mic off here for a second. Turn your mic off. Here we go. So I think the challenge being that the council faces a choice that it could certainly downsize the facility or not add these items. And then I think, has been identified by my members of council, regret it later, or consume land around the facility to get the building costs down for this council to be able to say that, but then actually compromise the value of the land and the future potential of the Langley Arts and Intersports Entertainment District to really build high-quality facilities one at a time, where you maximize the land and you maximize the potential of what that facility and land area could represent. So, it is not paid for by property taxes. It is not paid for by reserves. It is a cash flow challenge where we are finally correcting the wrong that half of Willoughby was developed without a single CAC collected. And so that is what put the corporation in this position. And I believe this council is on a track record to fixing that, and not in a situation where these facilities just simply don't ever get built at all. And I think I really applaud staff for giving us these options for have council fund them or not, and proceed or not. And you know, I think I support the facility. There's obviously no question about that. I don't look at it as 3,000. I mean, Mr. Backen, when the Langley Event Center decision was made, was it framed as could be built 20 years from now, or only being built for 70,000 people, or did we look to the fact that we're now 150 and going to 250?
It was looked at in totality, Your Worship, that it
Yeah.
would be a facility for 20 years that could hopefully, or 20 or 30 years that could hopefully grow with the community.
That's correct. So that's how I think hopefully council will look at it, but of course it is the decision of council. And there is a difference between a funding envelope and funding sources, and you know, I just think that needs to be on the record. I'd like to move an amendment to remove plus GST from the first paragraph. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Rent. I'm going to quickly call the question on that, unless there's discussion on removing that. Seeing none, call the question on that amendment. Oh yes, label vote 2-0. There we go. That carries unanimously. Okay, so is there anybody who, I'm going to move A, because I think we should finally allocate the remainder of that fund. Is there a seconder to A? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Ms. Little, could you clarify, please? We have the main motion, and now we're amending. We moved the first part, we've amended it, and now we're amending it further. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. Is that clear, Councillor Richter? So I've moved that. Is there a seconder to moving A as an amendment? There's a second that was seconded by, I can't remember now, I was interrupted again. Councillor Martins. Okay, so open that up. Is there any discussion on A? Councillor Richter.
Yeah, so we're going to use the balance of $750,000 from the Growing Communities Fund for enhanced user group experiences. What exactly are enhanced user group experience? What does this mean?
Mr. Winside.
Your Worship, there's a number of things in the design of the facility, but larger change rooms, wider hallways. We're raising the spectator viewing. A few of these things are overlapped with an item later on. Admin and storage for our user groups, et cetera. There's a long list. But
Yeah, because we do see in G that there's 3.5 million for user groups, offices, and storage. I guess the question that I'd ask as a follow-up, is $100 million, the budget for that, not include enhanced user group experiences or offices or storage?
Your Worship, in the initial report, staff tried to be, I guess, clear, but the $100 million basic facility is 5 flat arenas with no parking and a pre-engineered type structure that would be what you may find in a private facility somewhere. And there was council direction that we review a number of these items that we're coming back for. So in short, no, they were very basic facilities within that 100 million. Items A and G are directly related. We've separated them in the report just because of the specific funding source available in A.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, I call the question. Oh, Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
Yeah, I think, again, the A, I appreciate the comment I made through a chair to Mr. Winslade about the 750 because I'm sure other members of council have been as well, been to other facilities within the region. They built really, really good facilities, but there were some experiences that should have been added to the facility that weren't. And I was at one facility where there was a gymnastics event going. I had my nephew involved on one side and another gymnastics event on the other side, two major facilities, and there wasn't much in the way of a window to see the other side. And there also wasn't much in the way of extra space for spectators and stuff. So I think I'm not sure you'll be able to solve every single one of these problems, but looking at them sure makes a difference. And I look at the member of staff is chuckling because he probably knows what I'm talking about. Excellent facility, but just some of these little things that got missed, or they couldn't afford to, or didn't do it for other reasons. So I think I appreciate staff and all their team for working on it, because I think at the end of the day, we're going to get something really, really good for the future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I think I'll suggest the council group, but let's get through some of these more larger ones, including A. So I'll call the question on A, an amendment. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. So I think it's appropriate to debate this separately. So I'll move B. Is there a seconder to B? Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. I'll open that up. Any discussion on B? Seeing none, call the question on B. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. I'm going to clear the queue. There we go. So I think, again, probably appropriate to debate that separately if anybody wishes to. I'll move C. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Is there any discussion on C, which is, I think the rationale speaks for itself, or covered by staff already? Councillor Richter.
So why is it an additional 15 million to stack these? Wouldn't stacking be more efficient? Shouldn't the costs be reduced?
Mr. Winslade?
Stacking, if you were doing a apartment type building, it would probably be a reduced cost because of the construction methods. Stacking arenas actually has additional costs because of the large span required to not have posts within the facility. Is probably the best thing to do. So if you look within this facility, we've got a post right in the middle that's supporting something above. Obviously in an arena you can't have that. So the increased structural cost of a large span is driving the majority of that cost. In addition, we do add requirements for additional circulation and things like elevators, accessibility, being able to hit each of the floors. So where they're flat, obviously you don't need elevators. When you stack, you do. So just another example.
So I believe the option, Mr. Winslade, if this isn't desired, one option for council, they could simply not build the two dry arenas or put them in a different facility later on, again, with the implications on availability of value of land in that area. So those would be the other options, is that correct?
Correct. We
Yeah.
could do flat or other, and it's about approximately 2.5 to 3 acres worth of land for the two arenas.
Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on C. Is this looking for me? That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. So now, given these are smaller by comparison, I think maybe appropriate, again, but if anybody objects, we can do them individually. Does anybody object to moving D through G as one group? Seeing that, I'll move that. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Martins to move D through G. Is there any discussion on D through G? Seeing none, call the question on those. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Now, Mr. Winslade, could you explain and give some more background for H?
Yes, definitely. So as a part of the previous resolutions passed by council, we essentially don't pay ourselves. The township pay the township internal fees. There are some fees that we're required to pay, which are the external fees. The three largest are Metro Vancouver Water, Metro Vancouver Sanitary, and TransLink fees. There's some debate staff would like to look further into and come back with a further report to council regarding, I guess, the appropriateness perhaps of these fees, given the type of facility that's being built and where it's being built, and also the amounts that recently have been implemented, I guess, by Metro Vancouver. So staff would just like a little bit more time to bring back a separate report to explain that to council.
Okay, I think that's appropriate. I wouldn't mind maybe some very informal background. I might personally take this to Metro Vancouver. I find it a bit unfortunate that we would be sending any money for something like this because we're not adding burden. People are either using those types of services at home or at the facility. We're not adding additional burden to the system. Would that be fair, Mr. Winslade?
Yeah, correct, George.
Yeah.
That's definitely true.
Maybe the TransLink fee would be in a separate category with that logic. So I definitely would like to see this report, and I might want to at least get an informal briefing. Maybe any member of council that wants that can get that, so that I could take this to Metro Vancouver sooner rather than later. While we're discussing the story that was leaked to the press regarding the cost overruns for the North Shore, if that's going to be sent to the region, perhaps they'll give us a break on the sanitary fees. that would certainly be nice. So I certainly will move that. Is there a seconder to get H? Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any discussion on H? Councillor Richter.
Yeah, so if this is important enough to merit a report, there must be some ballpark costs that staff want to include here. What is the ballpark? Like, how much additional water, how much additional sanitary, and how much additional TransLink fees? Roughly, are we looking, because there's no dollar number here. So,
Mr. Winslade, I think you're referring to a one-time requirement for a capital project as opposed to ongoing burden. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Similar to a DCC type
Yeah.
charge.
okay, so what,
That would be
So-
determined by the size of the facility, which isn't finalized yet.
all right, so right now, we've basically approved the 50.3 million, so it's
Not quite.
50%
No, we're
over
at-
cost
We're at
already.
49 point something right now.
Okay,
right?
so we're still 50% over the original cost.
I believe we've
Well,
increased the
if
value of the
these costs
facility by
come
50
in
million. yeah.
now, are they going to take us up to 100% over the cost?
Mr. Winslade,
Doubling it?
I believe we would not be agreeable to sending $50 million to Metro Vancouver. Maybe you could concur with that.
I would certainly hope not, Your
Yeah,
Worship.
yeah.
The reason we've specifically not included numbers is this does require some further review. It's not a straightforward calculation, so we'd like some time. We want to be able to address the rest of the issues with council now, so we can continue on with the design, but we have a little bit more time to be able to review this and provide the numbers.
I think it's important to raise it, that council's aware that, is it Metro Vancouver's intention to tax members of the Federation for building rec facilities? I believe that if I were to have this information, and with Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Van Popten, and Councillor Martins take this to Metro Vancouver, I believe that the board potentially would be quite supportive of not paying this on any of their facilities as well. So I'm hopeful that with this information, we can make some progress on it.
Okay, did we pay for these additional costs on the last rink that we built in Aldergrove?
For that project in Aldergrove, we did pay the Metro Vancouver sanitary or water? Sanitary. The Metro Vancouver water fee is new since we opened the facility.
So how much did we pay for one rink on sanitary in Aldergrove?
Sorry, we don't have that information with me, but the fees of Metro have gone up substantially since that facility, 2017, 2018.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other discussion on H for a report to get that information? No, I don't see any. Only question on H. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. Mr. Swinslade, I believe we'll do these individually as well. This takes on, again, a very big project. I, could you please provide some context for I before it's moved?
Yes, staff have been working very diligently with BC Hydro staff for the last number of years on general electrical demands in Willoughby and trying to meet the demand of a growing community, which our facility will become a part of. We're not sure exactly what that solution would be. So again, without knowing, there's a lack of information perhaps in the report, but that's why we're suggesting we come back with some further information once we know. We're currently trending towards Hydro providing us with a temporary power solution while they run a main duct into the Willoughby area. However, staff are still working on that, so we'd like to report back with more information once it's available.
And this issue has been raised to me by the development industry in the area that while the province is really asking for municipalities to quote unquote step up and build more housing, there are people with completed projects ready to go and construct don't have a power allocation, so they don't proceed with their housing because of provincial infrastructure. We're not hearing much about that on the evening news. Councillor Richter, do you have anything else? Oh, Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yes.
Why don't I move it first? I'll move it. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Van Popta. Go ahead, Councillor Richter.
Okay, so do we have an idea of what, like, I don't understand why we're tacking Willoughby electrical demands onto this project, and what would the potential costs be for that?
I don't believe that's what's happening, Mr. Winslade. I believe you're concerned that we could build a facility and not have power to turn it on. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Yes.
That's the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
We could have a scenario like in Aldergrove. I think it was ballpark $250,000, I think, that we had to provide a temporary solution to deal there. But you're right, the ultimate concern is that there won't be power when we require it.
So it is going to have a cost attached to it.
Not necessarily. Right now, they have not indicated there would be any cost to the solution, but again, we need to confirm that as we progress.
Okay, this just gets better and better.
So, and seeing no other discussion, I just want to confirm this, though. These are amendments to the main motion. So we'll go back to the main motion as amended to approve the project as amended.
That is correct.
That's correct. The funding envelope as amended. Okay, just want to confirm that for council. So these are amendments. So I'll call the question on the amendment to add I to the main motion. Councillor Kunst? I just want to confirm, okay? Yeah. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. So item J, does anyone else wish to move item J? Moved by Councillor Martins, is there a seconder to J? Moved by Councillor Bailey. Councillor Richter on J.
Okay, so provide cost estimates for any additional items of interest. Now, what could possibly be an additional item of interest the council would want to add at this stage?
Well, I did inquire about a helipad for myself on the roof, but...
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
So Mr. Winslade informed me that that would be too expensive. Mr. Winslade, have you heard of any other items besides the helipad?
We're hoping for twin helipads.
Oh, twin
perhaps,
helipads,
but a more realistic request may be for a green roof, for example,
Yeah.
Something similar. So at this point, we've contained within the previous numbers what we kind of call sensible sustainability, all of the heat recovery and EV charging perhaps and those types of issues. But we anticipate the next step in this process is October the 10th, that Mayor and Council have scheduled a public unveiling. Council will be able to look at some drawings just prior to that, hopefully, and then as part of that process. And we just know from past projects, there's always some additional items that council wishes to consider as we go along. So a green roof might be an example, or additional seating, or it could be any number of things, Your Worship.
So this would give you council authorization to be directed by some members of council to look into some other additions for council to consider. Is that correct?
Yeah, either individually or as a whole.
Yes, correct. That's what I
Okay,
understand. So
well, I'm not opposed to green roofs. How much would it cost to put a green roof on this?
as long as taxpayers don't pay for it. Council, Mr. Winslade?
No, taxpayers are paying for it.
They're
Come
not,
on.
Councilor Richter. Go ahead, Council, Mr. Winslade. Mr. Winslade, go ahead.
Yeah, we haven't explored a full green roof yet, Your Worship, and likely because of the amount of surface area, it wouldn't be the entire roof. But if that was something that council wished us to pursue, we could as we get into further designs once we have those.
Great.
Okay, now you mentioned this grand unveiling on October 10th at 2023. Was the grand, I mean, that's like two weeks from now. Are all these things already included in the grand unveiling?
Mr. Winslade?
We've been working on multiple options, from the most basic to something in between without stacking to these types of plans. So we're fairly far along, and following this direction this afternoon, we'll be getting right at it tonight.
So, Mr. Winslade, correct me if
to
I'm
further
wrong,
along.
you would need to do some concepts of different variety in order to bring us these numbers. For the council to consider these additions, you would need to look at what they look like in the floor area and so on in order to provide these numbers. So you would have a variety of concepts for council based on the decisions here today.
Correct, and for the additional items, we would have to review.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, I'm not sure where this fits because I know we're almost at the end here, but I had a question to staff about public-private partnerships, and if there is a way to explore that, if that's been explored, if it's even something that people do anymore, the pros and cons. And I know this doesn't really fit into where I think we're in J, so I don't know when I can ask that question.
Yeah, Mr. Winslade, anything from public-private partnerships, but also potentially contributions to potential users as well. Mr. Winslade, what can you say publicly at this point?
We've had discussions with the majority of people that would be interested in using this facility, youth organizations and others, regarding the potential. But until we were able to lock down
this discussion with council, essentially. We haven't gotten to a point where we're really ready to bring those forward, but there is some interest from different users of participating to enhance the facility even further with their own funding for certain uses. As far as a P3 type of arrangement, Councillor Kunt's question, at this time it's assumed that it's going to be a township-owned facility, and we would have further discussions about operations later.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that is for J. Is there any other discussion on J? Call the question on J. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. So K, I'm going to suggest a slightly different process. So the motion now, as amended with these items, I'd like to consider K as a separate item. I'd suggest that council do that. So with the main motion as amended, any more discussion on the main motion as amended? Councillor Richter.
So I just want to reaffirm that a budget of $100 million that passed on June 26th is now a budget of $149 million.
With the additions laid out from council, stacking sheets, underground parking, and some other enhancements. Yeah, so I would say that as the budget envelope, the funding envelope has gone up based upon these quality enhancements.
I am really looking forward to seeing the final price tag on this. I'm sure it's going to be 200 million by the time everything is said and done. And I've said it before, I'll say it again, not the way to run a business or a township. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Van Popte, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the reality that we're all going to have to swallow is that this is just the price tag of facilities nowadays. Gone are the days of, $50 million facilities. It's just the price of construction. It's across the board. I think we should just all prepare ourselves that this is what the sticker is going to be on major facilities. And when I hear about, only 3% of our population benefiting from this, I kind of take exception. We've got kids playing at 5 a.m. in the morning. We've got kids playing at 10 p.m. at night on school nights. And we've got wait lists. And I can't put a price tag on the mental health and the physical health of our kids in this community. And this is something that we campaigned on, is getting kids to be active. And this is how we're going to do it. There is obviously a need for 5 sheets, and it will future-proof us as well. So let's build for the future, not for yesterday.
Yeah, I concur. So I did ask also some of these great questions. I mean, there's an assumption that we're not also concerned about the budget increases. I think that this is a funding envelope. Staff have direction now that council is open to these additions. And I think that, we need to see that it can be built for these envelopes. And if it can't, then we'll be back and have the debate again. I don't like doomsday predictions. I think we're here to be positive and try to build this community and assist the staff in trying to do that. So I did ask about this. The ACUCC in 2018 was 40 million. Today, it would be significantly more than that. Some of these facilities that are under construction are well over 100 million that are comparable. Some are hitting 230, 280, and I can say I'm probably not open to those kinds of numbers. But getting facilities built, this is what they cost. And so the situation now is because they were not built, they can be twice the price tomorrow. And I think that that's the situation we're facing. And of course we can do that. I mean, anyone can do nothing. I respect the concern, but I think it's up to us to explore the funding envelope and the funding sources through the budget process. Have this funding envelope reviewed thoroughly now that senior management has direction that council's open to these additions for these numbers that are presented here, and get this project underway, and continue to find a way to get it done. I think I've heard from other mayors throughout the region that they're also in the same situation, that they're facing significant problems with growth and trying to find a way to get these facilities built. And we're in a far better position than they are because of our greenfield opportunities here that yield the CAC program that this council and the DCC program that this council's brought into place to fund these facilities. And as Mr. Backen mentioned, it's a short-term cash flow issue, which I believe we can solve, and get these built for taxpayers so taxpayers don't face the bill 10 or 20 years from now, or simply live in a community where facilities like this don't exist at all. So with that, I will call the question on moving forward with this facility, which I think is something that's very, very positive to get done for this community. So I'll call the question on the main motion now as amended. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Now I'd like to address K. I saw K as extending beyond the debate specific to this facility, so I was going to suggest that K be referred to the 2024 budget process. Seconded by Councillor Richter. Is there any? Sorry. Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. So maybe I need to take a break. So is there any discussion on K? I believe K has a lot of merit. I believe we can just consider this in a month or two with the rest of the capital projects that come forward. Is there any discussion on that? Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I still don't understand why this thing is being attached to this project. That's,
Well, I believe,
Yeah,
I believe we've gone the opposite direction and detached it and referred it to the budget, Councillor Richter. Hopefully.
but it'll come back in the budget attached to the process.
Mr. Winslade, maybe you should clarify.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Woodward. Our IT department and corporate administration have a longstanding project that plans on having our fiber network throughout our community, throughout the Township of Langley. We're so geographically large that it's a very long-term plan. But not all of our facilities are currently connected to our fiber network in some of the, in Fort Langley, for example, and others. So what the next part of the process is to come along 80th Avenue, as is described further later on in the report, from Glover Road up to 200th Street. And so it ultimately would connect to the district site and to this arenas facility. In the short term, we're able to use our existing fiber and some strands. However, our Willoughby Community Center that is currently under plans to get going, and the youth soccer campus would have no fiber if we didn't do this. So there is a benefit, as I mentioned previously, to this facility. However, it really becomes more critical later on. So we tried to separate it from the other recommendations, knowing that it could be separated, as council has done, and referring to 2024 budget process is fine and probably a good idea, but we want to make sure council's aware of it in terms of the future need.
Great. So I'll call the question on, what was it again, K? K? I call the question on K referral for K. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Item in the agenda. So I just want to thank staff again for actually getting this to us in the time that you did, and letting council see the options and either proceed with the original scope or expand it. I think that was the right way to go about it, and some pretty good conversations leading up to today's meeting. So I really much appreciate staff bringing it forward as they have, and working on it as they have to, I know, get that number as low as possible and achieve the greatest facility for the greatest cost that you can. Appreciate that. Go down to E21, Community Amenity Contributions Policy Update. I'll move it. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion on E21? Seeing none, I'd like to make an amendment to amend 5.3F to change the grace period from 6 months to 12 months. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Rint. Is there any discussion on increasing the grace period to a more standard 12 months? Seeing none, I'll call the question on that amendment. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Now back to the main motion as amended. I'll call the question on E21 as amended. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. F1, bylaws for first and second reading, official community plan amendment, rezoning application number.
Excuse me,
Oh, yes, I totally forgot. Because, yes, you are correct to interrupt this time. So, move on to item E5. Acting Mayor Richter, I'll turn over to you. For the clerk, it's the same rationale as the previous one. Yeah. Go.
Okay, I am going to ask Madam Clerk to take control of the speakers, please, in the system.
Not a
Thank you.
problem, Your Worship.
Okay, so we're back to item E5, which is on page 4 of the agenda. And this concerns heritage alteration permit application number 101247, Fort Langley Properties Limited at 9180 Glover Road. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Rent, is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Bailey. Okay, is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, so I guess it's no surprise. When I looked at this cool small building, kind of looks like a cool small building, but not really, doesn't really fit Fort Langley. I mean, it really doesn't fit in Fort Langley. It's right beside a building where currently the roof is like, you know, comes down, and so yeah, I won't be supporting it, and I guess it's just something that I just feel like doesn't even really belong here. Anyway, I'll actually just leave my comments to, won't be supporting it because I just don't think it fits the Fort Langley community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kunz.
Madam Chair, just a technical issue.
Yeah.
The actual motion was considered, so I wanted to confirm with the mover and seconder that they were actually moving the motion, not the consideration. So they're moving issuance of the heritage alteration permit, correct?
Is that correct? To the mover and seconder? Of course. Okay, thank you. Councillor Van Popta.
Through the chair to staff, can you clarify our responsibilities on this one? This is a no variance application. Are we, I've heard that there are challenges with disapproving things that comply, whether we're legally allowed to reject something that has no variances and does comply with our bylaws.
Madam Chair? Proceed.
Oh, yes. Please.
I'll take a stab at it, and then Mr. Richardson can help out as needed. In the situation before you, it's a heritage alteration permit. So really, it's being put forth to council to determine if the application meets the criteria of the Fort Langley, I guess, heritage areas. And that's a very broad opinion. It would be analogous, I guess, to a development permit where you'd be looking at form and character. I would draw the analogy that you're looking somewhat at form and character in the context of heritage, and as you will notice in some of the materials, there are positive statements and negative statements. Council's being called upon by a vote to adjudicate if this is worthy, if it meets the criteria, in which case it should be issued, and if it doesn't meet the criteria, then it should not be issued. Mr. Richardson, anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Backer, and I concur with those comments, noting as Councillor Van Popta stated that the application does conform to the zone, the applicable zone.
Okay, thank you.
So if we were to reject it, we would have to have valid reasons.
If there was to be a rejection, then in these circumstances, staff would look forward to hearing from council what those reasons are, so the applicant could be advised and they could therefore meet the test, effectively meet those reasons, because there is a presumption where it's a development permit, development variance permit, or heritage alteration permit, that it's entitled to the uses that are referenced, but that there may be some criteria, by my analogy to form and character, that have to be met.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you, Your Worship. I supported the previous application from this proponent because I felt that it adhered, quite frankly, to 5.1C, which is decorative styles which are out of place with the architectural evolution of Fort Langley should be avoided. I felt that it added to the evolution of Fort Langley. I think that it had a lot of uses that had a lot of merit. And while I support the uses of this application, I think, quite frankly, the evolutionary part of the architecture in Fort Langley would be abandoned with this proposal. So I understand the architectural rationale of you build a building like this and it accentuates the heritage aspects around it. But on this specific instance, I think that the charm of Fort Langley is both the newly built buildings that look old as well as the old buildings that are currently there. And so I can't support this application in its current form.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the comments made. I did a little bit of research and double checking. If I may, through the chair to staff, our guidelines and policy, I'm not sure what the right wording would be for Fort Langley. It goes back several decades now, if I may, through the chair.
That's correct.
How far? 80? Is it
I would
80?
say the 80s, certainly early.
Mr. Richardson, if I through the chair, do you know the exact date?
Through your worship, the plan was adopted in 1987, and the guidelines in companion with that.
Okay, thank you very. So it's difficult to make a decision based in 2023 based on 87 plus, give or take a couple of years, policy or guideline. So looking at this thing originally or today would say, whoa, this is 2023. Quite a while ago, decades ago, the plan was put in place and policy. The buildings surrounding it, I'm not sure if those are heritage buildings, if I may, through the chair to staff. On each side of this new building, are they heritage buildings or are they just basically something else, if I may, through the chair?
Through your worship, they're in the heritage revitalization area, but they're not on any sort of township or legislative designation register.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Bailey.
So I looked at this and it's interesting. I just went back to Europe
Sorry.
and when you're talking about heritage, you're talking about hundreds of years and in some instances, thousands. So especially in Barcelona, where it is very old and I look at what they're doing in those instances. And while this doesn't exactly conform with the fort or anything like that, it does kind of go in the same direction as the Coulterberry building, and that's not a surprise. And the blending of contemporary and heritage is a major factor that they stress in Barcelona and in other countries. I was also in Salzburg, where the same process is going through. So I really appreciate that this will also, while it doesn't exactly conform with the old history of Fort Langley, it brings a different aspect that I think will complement the heritage of Fort Langley and further serve to revitalize this even more. Quite a while ago, Fort Langley was rather dead. And now Fort Langley is thriving. And I look at possibilities that one day that we might be able to take Glover and turn it into what you see in an awful lot of the European cities and turn it into a pedestrian street where service vehicles can still access it. People can walk down there and turn Fort Langley truly into a very significant feature within our community, which I believe we're missing right now. When you go to a lot of cities, they have very significant areas that they define. And I think Fort Langley has the potential to do this, and by blending some forms of contemporary with the older, I think it will be as successful as I've seen it time after time in Europe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Van Popta.
Yeah, I struggle on this one for two reasons. Mainly, you know, it's always a challenge sitting on this side of the table, wrestling, you know, the public scrutiny and the political fallout when you make tough decisions. And Fort Langley is a tough one, and it is a tough nut. But I have to stand on my principles, which is that I've always adhered to the logic that we have to contrast true heritage against with other more modern forms. I work in New West. I work downtown New West, where you've got old buildings, and you've got the Anvil building, which is brand new glass building, mid-rise, I believe, and it works. And you know, if we want to talk about the heritage look, really what we've got in Fort Langley is 1960s. If we really want this to be a heritage look, we need to bring back the cinder block and have these buildings made out of cinder block and bring back, you know, what the predominant, the building scape in Fort Langley is actually from the 60s and 50s. The other challenge I have with this one, though, is the timing. You know, like Councillor Pratt, you know, voted in favor of the last application, and as somebody who actually does live in Fort Langley, my biggest fear is to have two developments going underway at the same time. And although I don't know if that would happen in this case, I am opening up the door to both of these applications being built at the same time, which I am struggling with. So I'm going to sit back a couple more minutes while I mull this one over.
Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And again, I default almost always, and I'm sure many of my council colleagues are sick and tired of me talking about rear-loaded single-family homes. I default a lot to the principles of planning that I really strongly believe in. And I had, you know, to Councillor Van Popta's point, political reservations, quite frankly, about approving the first application from this proponent. We all know the situation that we find ourselves in Fort Langley, and I found that it evolved the character of Fort Langley while respecting what's there. And to Councillor Bailey's point about bringing up Coulterberry, that building set a precedent that we're now dealing with and we're now approving applications based on. Clover Mary Church, the medical building, Reed Block, all of these applications, a couple ones that are coming forward on the agenda, they're all based on the precedent that was set with Coulterberry. Now, personally, and people might disagree with me, I really enjoy the precedent that was set there, and I think that it suits what Fort Langley is and has become. Fort Langley needed revitalization at one point. I think now, as you can see with the success of Cranberry Fest, you can see on your average Saturday afternoon, any time of year, how well Fort Langley's doing. I don't know if there's the same planning rationale for revitalization that was required by cities like New Westminster when their downtowns needed it to be, and then that was why they used the new and old contrast to add something different. We're going to be different than New West. New West is going to be different from Ladner. I think all of our municipalities have something special, and I actually think that if we went in the direction of trying to mimic that contrast, we'd lose what I personally believe is some of the charm of Fort Langley. I think a lot of the people who are both residents and non-residents appreciate. So I personally think that this building is well suited to a lot of areas within our township. If you applied for this in almost every other neighborhood within our community, I'd probably wholeheartedly support it. But based on the fact that we're trying to adhere to the evolution of Fort Langley's character and not the, you know, I don't want to just go for a soundbite, so I won't use the word that starts with R that sounds like that. I just don't know if it adheres to that principle which I so strongly clinged to in order to support the last application from this proponent.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I do appreciate all the comments made today, and I always like to ask the same kind of questions about private property and what people can or cannot do. Now, I don't know who the people next door to this building or owners are, but if I may, through the chair, Mr. Beck, maybe Mr. Beck, and if the owner next door chose to make some, just I guess all would be just like make some improvement to their building, would they have to go through rezoning process, or could they paint something? Could they take down some rotten boards, or can they make some changes to the roof without a rezoning, if I may, through the chair?
generally speaking, restoration, maintenance, and to a certain extent, and there's a caveat to this, color, don't require a heritage alteration permit. But if they were to do something, I guess, that would improve or alter the facade, that would fall within or potentially near the guidelines, likely with a test of requiring a building permit, then they would have to go for the heritage alteration permit to substantiate their proposal.
Okay, so, I'll ask you a specific question now. Now that, I understand that's not really a roof that's sitting up there in front of the neighboring apparently that's a facade held up by however they're held up, like a false front. You may or may not know that, because I certainly don't know, but I understood there were some false fronts there along Glover Street there.
There may or may not be. I suspect, just looking at some of the age of the buildings, those are facades, but the facade, when it was built, if it was built or after the 80s or 87, would then comply with the heritage design guidelines. And I think that's what the key is. When would it be triggered? And generally speaking, when you're doing something of a nature that would require a building permit, that's going to trigger application of the guidelines. Now, there's exceptions to that, but it's easier to think of it in those terms, because simple maintenance, repainting, repair is not going to trigger a heritage alteration permit.
Okay, so I mean, I'm just looking at some of the buildings along there. I don't have an answer, innocent answer. It's just private property. If, I don't expect the staff to have an answer, but I know that owners of private property may want to make improvements and may indeed have to take down a facade and put a roof up differently to protect the building from, as we know, we get a lot of rain, although we've been through a lot of periods of drought. Procedural point, if this particular heritage alteration permit, and I can't speak for how council will vote, is turned down, would staff be looking for changes, or would there be another step, if I may?
The first step would be to hear from council in terms of what the issues were, or more particularly, what would be a better way to comply. Then that information would be provided to the proponents so they could then revise their application and then return with it. Because again, the use in density is permitted. This is analogous to a form and character exercise by determining if the application is within the guidelines that exist, and if it is, then council should vote in the affirmative, and if not, they should vote in the negative and indicate, more importantly, why, so that the applicant can then come back to council with those reasons and that information to ultimately obtain the permit.
Okay, then I guess now I'm going to ask a question that I have no idea how staff is going to answer it. If they find out that the color is wrong, or the council is going to tell them the color is wrong, the window should be shaded, or the building should be down to, I mean, are those all form and character stuff? Or the sidewalk should be painted another color or something? I mean, I'm just trying to get some idea.
Generally, we would tend to steer away from colors, although in heritage alteration permit areas, colors can be relevant, but it's more the overall package. So the usual approach would be for council to say if it could look more like these three buildings, or more contain these three elements, or something of that nature, that we can actually identify and provide some material examples of, as opposed to the more, I guess, remote or esoteric items.
Okay, well, thank you.
Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, going back to, just the look of the front of the building. And, I mean, we have a heritage conservation area in Murrayville, and if you were to plunk this building in Murrayville, I don't think the public would be upset, and so would the surrounding people who love the aspects of the heritage conservation area in Murrayville, and it's the same thing in Fort Langley. I would be happy to support a building that maybe had, if the proponents wants to know what, we'd like to see, and what I would support is something that fits a little bit more in line with what, how, we can talk about, what we think about heritage and heritage aspects and all that. And I get it. I just feel like this building sets a precedent. So we could have other buildings that look like this, and it will change the look of Fort Langley. And so for me, it's not, I'm happy to support a new building, and I get that we need to revitalize Fort Langley. I'm just mindful of where we're doing that and what that looks like. And this building could set a precedent, and maybe other people will build something like it, and it will change the look of Fort Langley. So again, yeah, those are my comments.
Okay, all right.
I just want a process question.
Process question? Okay.
I know I've spoken twice to it, so I want to clarify, though, we can't vote against it unless we bring a referral, is what I'm hearing.
Not quite. Referral's an option. It could be defeated, but the first question staff would ask is what elements would then make this compliant in council's opinion? It's difficult when there's a number of councillors, but we'd be looking at some common themes. So it may be that the building look more like the Lions Hall. I picked that because there's no way it would be what you'd look for, but something like that. So we can then take that information back, because in the totality of discussion, the architects and professionals would look at the entire discussion council has just had and try to determine what would make this building look more appropriate if in fact there was an issue.
Okay, Mr. Backen, is there any reason why we can't send this for public input?
A resolution of council would override these matters, so council could always has in its jurisdiction, inherent jurisdiction, the ability to do so.
Okay. I'm thinking we should send this one for public input because, I mean, the Heritage Panel comments on page 27 are quite clear. It doesn't fit in with its neighbors, and and you just have to look at it to know it doesn't fit in. But if the community up there is willing to have it, because it is a unique design, although to me it looks like a couple of shipping containers, and I don't even think they had shipping containers in the early 1900s. But I would like to propose that we send this one for public input. So if I make that motion and it's seconded and passed, we won't be breaking any rules, will we?
Correct. Procedurally, you're on solid ground because council can always, with that in its inherent jurisdiction, but I would just be mindful that you're referring an application with its current content, current context to the public, which may implicitly signal that this is something council is actively considering. If there were to be changes that were required, my suggestion would be to actually implement the changes and then consider going back to the public. But I just hesitate on that substantive ground. Council can certainly do it procedurally, but there may be an impression then that this is what the result would look like.
Oh, well, Councillor Ferguson mentioned earlier about form and character, and we do rely on the Heritage Advisory Panel, and they've clearly stated it doesn't fit. But, like, can we send it to public hearing for comment only on form and character?
Yes, it's good to set the boundaries, so if council collectively wanted to pass a motion, this be referred to a public hearing style meeting to review the form and character, that's within their jurisdiction.
Okay. I would like to make that motion then, that we send this to a public hearing style meeting to discuss form and character.
Your worship, discuss or hear submissions on?
Hear submissions on. Is there a seconder for that? No? Yeah?
Yeah, sorry,
are you-
procedurally speaking to what? Yeah, sorry, if you're not seconding it, then there really shouldn't
Okay.
be speaking to.
Okay. No, it's not been seconded. So it doesn't look like there's a seconder for sending it for public input. So, on that note, okay, I let Councillor Van Popta speak 3 times, so, yeah. Is this a procedural issue? Okay.
Could there be a motion to send it back to the proponent to work with the proponent on form and character? Is there still room to do that? Oh, there we go. Is there still room to do that? Because and one of the reasons I didn't second the public hearing is because I know this is a hot one, and I don't know that it would have got supported anyway. I really want to take the politics out of it, and if we can possibly work with the proponent on form and character and make some changes that might be a little more palatable to the Heritage Advisory, to the public, That's where I'm coming from.
Okay.
So
Mr. Backen,
how do I do that?
can I entertain a motion to that effect?
Correct your worship with a couple of caveats. It could be referred back to staff to work with the proponent to improve the building's, form, character, and fit within the heritage design guidelines in Fort Langley, and with any other descriptions the council wishes to make to that, to try to give the proponent the ability to understand what council's looking for. And so an example might be, and to perhaps make it look more like an existing building or something of that nature that could be added in. So it depends upon what the mover is seeking to send the message in terms of what it is that this should be revisited or what should be revised.
Well, for me,
Well, first of all, do
Okay.
you want to make that motion?
yes, yeah, I'd like to make that motion, and yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Okay.
So we just have to pause and make sure we have the contents of the motion. So refer to staff to discuss with the proponent to achieve a better fit within the heritage design guidelines as to the form, character, and context of the building, and perhaps to better emulate, anything comes to mind?
The heritage conservation area, I don't know, like, does anyone have any suggestions on, I think you guys know where I'm going with it. I don't have the words to, but basically to reflect Fort Langley's heritage facades, maybe, if that's the
Any particular building, though, or buildings, plural, that might already demonstrate that?
Okay, how about the buildings right next door to it?
or across the street. I mean, I know that they've pulled in elements from these different buildings. I saw the little bubbles. You know, I mean, they could have pulled in the railroad track, because I mean, they got railroad tracks. Looks like, you know, it didn't really. It just still didn't work for me. So I think that the proponent knows exactly what style. I mean, I'm looking at Coulterberry. I'm looking at even the new development. It seems to fit way better than this. So if it is in the style of what, you know, that's what I could see supporting. But this current iteration, not. So if anyone else has any ideas outside of that, we could always vote on it. But this is just my first attempt to maybe just make a small change to that.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak to the motion to refer back to staff? So, I'm not seeing any flashing lights.
Well, I think I'm on the, my mic went on. That means I'm allowed to speak, if I may?
Sure.
Deputy
You
Mayor?
want to?
Victor? Yeah, I'm not sure if this is, you know, helpful at all. I mean, I think whenever this has happened before, it's always been a challenge with form and character. I can't remember too many that were really successful, or they didn't find a real solution. It's more of a kind of a you know, not in favor of the particular application, but the application appears to have, you know, the Fastcade, it complies with the Fastcade, if I may, through the chair?
Mr. Backen?
I believe, I should ask, does this comply with the facades that we're seeing in the area, Mr. Richardson? With the design, facade guidelines, sorry?
So there's two generic guidelines in the plan that are applicable to the property, and they speak to construction of infill projects and the architectural evolution of Fort Langley. So the opinion of the opinion provided by the Heritage Panel was one that said there was areas for improvement.
Okay, so anyway, so that's something that's got to be looked at. I mean, the reality is I don't know heritage development, the permit, alteration permit, or even a development permit that we've been able to really resolve through sending it back to staff that I can recall, other than minor changes. So, I'm not going to support it, but I still don't think council has a really strong understanding of what it is we need to do. If this was first, second reading, go to public hearing, make the changes at third reading, I understand all that. That makes all sense, and we can make as many changes we want at third reading, and even paint the sidewalk a different color and paint the building a different. That's different. But as far as changes to these type of things, heritage alternation permits, or even development permits, they're a challenge. Those are my points.
Okay. I see no other speakers, so Madam Clerk, can you read us back the motion that we're voting on?
I will try. So it is a referral made by Councillor Kuntz to refer the application back to staff to work with the proponent to bring the buildings to form, character, and fit within the Fort Langley guidelines and heritage conservation area.
Does that sound correct, Mr. Backen?
I also heard that more in the style of Coulter Berry, but I wasn't sure if that was intended to be included or not.
Okay, so that's what you're voting on. Can we call the vote? I'm gonna see if I can do it. Okay, has everybody voted? Okay. Oh, I have to label the vote. I don't think I know how to do that.
It's E5.
E5, okay. Is it coming up called now?
No, I do not see the vote.
Okay.
The vote results are in. Would you like me to read it out?
Yes, please.
The referral is defeated with Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rind, Councillor Van Popta, and Councillor Ferguson against.
Okay, so we're back to the main motion then. And I guess we've had a full discussion on the main motion here. So let's call the vote then on the main motion, because I think everybody's had at least 2 opportunities to speak. Oh, I guess, do I have to do it? Yeah, okay. All right, so, and this is E5 again? Is this still E5?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. All right, so we should be able to vote.
The main one passes with Councillor Kuntz, Councillor Richter, and Councillor Pratt opposed.
Okay, thank you very much for your help.
carry on. Item F1, bylaws for first and second reading, official community plan amendment, rezoning application number, I'm just going to clear the queue here. Application number 100251, bylaw number 5936 and 5937 for development on 56th Avenue. Moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion on first and second for this? Seeing none, call the
No,
question.
I had my thing on.
Can you push the button again, Councillor Richter? Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to know what the licensee retail store is for. Do we know?
Mr. Bracken?
Through worship to Council Richter, it's a private liquor store, your worship.
It's a liquor store. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, call the question on F1. Carries unanimously. Item F2, official community plan amendment, rezoning application number 100229, bylaw number 5861, 5862. Is there a motion? I'll move it. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion on F2? Councillor Martins.
Thank you. I thought I had a lot of questions when I was reading the report. I feel there's a lot of information not included. I'm wondering if it would be possible to consider deferring this one meeting, just so that council can seek out staff and get some clarity on what exactly this is about. It's a township-owned property, and I have no idea what we have envisioned for it. And I would just like to have some more information if that would be possible. So
Yeah.
can I move?
You can, so you can move deferral. I was going to maybe make an amendment first, but we can come back to you if you want to make a deferral to the next meeting, a
Oh.
straight deferral.
I would really like that, but I'm open to hearing your amendment too.
Okay,
So.
all right. So my amendment is pretty, come back to you. My amendment's pretty simple. I did ask staff, the recommendation, 1, 2, 3, 4, near the bottom of the page, council authorized proceeding with clearing and excavation. Not sure what, there's no need to be excavating. So I think I'd make an amendment to remove the words "and excavation." Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Rent. So just going to clear that up though. So any other discussion on removing excavation? There's no need for that. So I'll call the question on that amendment. F2. That carries unanimously. Now back to the main motion. So Councillor Martins, you wish to defer
Yeah.
for one meeting?
Yeah, I'd like to move that we defer this for
to
one meeting.
October 23rd?
Yeah.
Is there a seconder to deferral? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. So go ahead, you wish to discuss it? To speak to it?
Yeah, no, as I said already, there's not a lot of information here. So being that it's a township initiative, the information is contained within the walls of this building. So my hope is that I can just spend a couple weeks here to answer my questions and understand better what we are trying to do, so I can make a more informed decision one way or another on this.
Yeah, I understand. So the challenge being, of course, there's some special closed items related to this that are upcoming. It's only first and second, so that information, whatever you need, could be gathered prior to the scheduled public hearing. Councillor Van Popte on the deferral.
Yeah, this is just for rezoning, so I'm okay just moving this ahead right now, especially because the next meeting is not for another month, and I know that there are some time sensitivities to this.
Okay, Councillor Martins.
And again, I would say I have no idea about these time sensitivities, so that's why I'm asking for a little extra time to get some more information and come up to speed on this. I'm mindful of if we vote on this tonight, it then triggers public hearing. And if I'm unclear on what exactly we're doing, I'm not sure how we can have a fulsome opportunity for public hearing. So rather than sending this back to staff and asking for a whole lot more information to come forward to us in the form of a report, I thought I could, like I said, just verbally ask those questions.
Councillor Ferguson.
If I may through a chair to you, Mr. Mayor, is your intention to pursue more information from the province regarding BC Build?
That's correct. So I think that's what would be coming forward at the next meeting as well.
So you have no problem with the deferral?
I think it can run concurrently, but that's just my opinion.
Okay, well, if it makes sense to look at it the 23rd, that's fine with me, thank you.
Okay, understand. Call the question on the deferral. F2. Not defeated. Councillor Coons, Councillor Richter, Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rent, Councillor Woodward, Councillor Van Popte, Councillor Pratt opposed. So we're now back to the main motion. Any other discussion on the main motion? Councillor Martins.
I'm going to speak again. It's hard for me to make a decision on something I know nothing about, and we're triggering a public hearing the public will also know nothing about. While I support moving forward with housing, I think my request was pretty short-lived there for a couple weeks. It's putting me in a pretty difficult spot here to approve what I don't know.
Yeah, and that's certainly the zoning bylaw and what's contemplated in the zoning bylaw is certainly clear. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you, Your Worship. And in regards to that public hearing, I understand Councillor Martin's concerns. If we're waiting to hear back from the province on an initiative, are we planning on having the public hearing before we hear from the province, or can we defer the public hearing for an extended period of time?
Well, the public hearing would be scheduled to discuss the form and character and the rezoning and the land use contemplated within the bylaw that would not change based upon other discussions.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So with that, I'm going to call the question. You have spoken twice, Councillor Martins, to the main motion. So with that, I'm going to call the question on F2. That carries unanimously. So G1, Yorkson Community Park Development Loan Authorization Bylaw and Alternative Approval Process, bylaw number 5938. I'll move it. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Ritt. Any discussion on G1? Seeing none, I do have an amendment. I would like to amend the amortization to 15 years. Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any discussion on that? I believe that would bring it down from 20 and align it more closely to the lifespan of the asset. So that's the rationale. Is there any, and then pay it off quicker with less interest, and also there's always the ability to pay these loans off at 5-year points. And it's certainly my intention to put a plan in place to start to do that, especially with these smaller ones. So with that amendment, I'll call the question on the amendment to G1. That carries. The Councillor Richter opposed. Now back to the main motion as amended. Is there any other discussion on G1 as amended? Seeing none, I'll call the question on G1 as amended. That carries. The Councillor Richter opposed. Bylaws for first, second, and third reading. Rezoning application number and final adoption. Rezoning application number 100743. Bylaw number 5929. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Pratt. Is there a seconder? Yeah. Seconded by Councillor Martins. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I had a question about this. Why are we giving 4 readings to this and no public input opportunity, like even by letter?
Your Worship, under the revisions post-COVID, these sorts of matters no longer require public hearings, provided they are consistent with the OCP. In this circumstance, this matter is actually eligible for final adoption because of the nature of the actual use itself, which is going to be a CD for a pharmacy. So because there's no need for public consultation, it's really up to council whether they wish to proceed or split them, and we're assuming for efficiency purposes we proceed at once.
And we're seeing final and third together because there's no conditions to complete between third and final. Is that correct?
Sorry, that's correct, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, call the question on I1. That carries unanimously. Bylaws for, I2, bylaw amendments for, why are we still calling them tattoo parlors? I understand. Tattoo establishments. Bylaw number 5912. Is there a mover to that? Yes. Moved by Councillor Martins. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion on this? First, second, third, and final. Councillor Martins.
Thank you, and I know our meeting's getting long, so I'll keep it brief. I'm really excited about this. Just so you know, there is a business that had approached me originally that actually was looking at properly and legally doing microblading in our community. which unfortunately she couldn't do under our bylaw as it existed. And 25% of her business is actually going to be giving back to people with medical issues such as cancer survivors and people who are suffering the effects of chemotherapy. And she will be providing free service of microblading to them, and now she can do so, if this goes ahead, legally and lawfully. So I'm really appreciative of this.
I think it's great that you brought it forward, and I appreciate it. So with that, I call the question on I2. Carries. Councillor Richter opposed. J1, 2024 permissive tax exemptions, bylaw number 5932. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Rent, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion on J1? Seeing none, I'll call the question on J1. That carries unanimously. J2, official community plan amendment, rezoning application number 1022, bylaw number 5831, 5832 for 91 units. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Rent, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion on this final adoption? Seeing none, I'll call the question on J2. It carries unanimously. Get a motion to adopt development permit application number 101295. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, I'll call the question on J2 development permit. That carries unanimously. J3 rezoning application number 100603. Bylaw number 5743. Get a mover, please. Moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Rent. Any discussion on J3 rezoning, but final adoption? Seeing none, I'll call the question on J3. That carries unanimously. Get a motion to approve development permit application number 101160. Moved by Councillor Rent, seconded by Councillor Martins. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question on J3, development permit. That carries unanimously. J4, official community plan amendment, rezoning application number 100162, bylaw number 5775 and 5776. Moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Rent. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on J4. That carries unanimously. A motion, please, to approve development permit application number 100978 and development variance permit application number 100105. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Martins. Call the question. J4. That carries unanimously. Okay, just gonna. Items from prior meetings. This item was referred from the capital operating request, snow and ice control. Ms. Little, can you just refresh my memory? I'm not going to make the mistake. What are you looking for here?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm looking for it to be moved and seconded.
Is there a mover? The recommendation. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion? I'm going to suggest that we refer this to the 2024 budget. I'll move that. Is that seconded by Councillor Ferguson? Any discussion on the referral to the budget for JK1? Seeing none, I'll call the question on that referral. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. Ms. Little, again, remind me on K2, what are you looking for with that one, as it is a deferral?
That is a live motion moved by Councillor Pratt and seconded by Councillor Martin. So now it is for
So
discussion.
the recommendation to endorse a review of current bylaws and practices has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on that? Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I know in the report, this was just reviewed in 2019. Why is it a priority again now to review this?
Mr. Backen, I believe this is part of the updating of the master transportation plan. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's
Yeah.
transportation and mobility, and it's here because of a previous deferral such that council could consider it a bit further and
Yeah.
then authorize the review, emphasis on the review to continue.
That's right.
Okay, so what will be the cost of this item?
Mr. Backen, I believe this has been fully funded, but let's get that confirmed.
There is a budget envelope for the master transportation plan. which we'll have to get back to on the exact amount, but it has been funded as far as I recall.
Yeah, that's the same, yeah.
So it's been funded, this review.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment to this one proper.
What's your amendment?
The amendment to include consultation with emergency services.
So I just want to clarify, you want to add that to the review of the endorsement, or are you looking to add that to something else?
I'm looking to make sure that when this is reviewed, that especially on fire services are going to be included because of the size of the vehicles.
Let me come back to you, if you don't mind. I'll get back to you on that. So, my understanding, Councillor Bailey, there's, I think it's been distributed. Councillor Pratt has a subsequent motion. Are you looking to add that to the subsequent motion or the recommendation to endorse the entire review? To the subsequent motion. So with that, see no other discussion on the endorsed of the review that's ongoing. So I'll call the question on the moved motion, the recommendation K2. Councillor Ferguson? That carries with Councillor Richter and Councillor Rent opposed. So now back to K2. Councillor Pratt, I believe you have a motion.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. The motion that's on table, I'll just read it out. That council directs staff to report to council with the potential capital projects to complete the intersection of 80 Avenue and 208 Street with potential completion of applicable adjacent arterial sections within the 2024 budget cycle and with an ultimate standard that includes completed medians, promotes active transportation, and reduced speeds for council to consider.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Van Popta. Go ahead, Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. It would be just a hope of mine that we could see some of the principles that we've discussed in action, and I think it dovetails well with the improvements being made and have already approved to 208 Street, and I think it would just be a continuation of that.
Understand. So Councillor Bailey, I believe, we got some other speakers. Councillor Rent. Did you hit your button by mistake? Button by mistake, okay. All right. Councillor Bailey, you have an amendment?
Yes, the amendment is to include consultation of emergency services.
Let me come back to you, and I do have another speaker still. Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, this is, I'm just double checking procedurally, asking for a report, but also it's just going to go to the 2024 budget cycle, or is it, we're looking for approval already?
I believe that the 2024 budget process, it's looking for the timing of this to come forward to still potentially be included a couple of months from now as a potential project for council to consider.
So report and potential, okay.
Yeah, so it's a report that would be here in time for the 2024 budget process. But I believe the intent of the motion is to highlight that timing.
Yep.
Councillor Bailey, go ahead. Make
Yeah,
that
the
amendment.
reason, I can speak to the amendment.
No, you want to move it? Want to move it?
Oh, yeah, I'd like to move an amendment to this to include consultation with emergency services.
Seconded by Councillor Martins. You can go ahead. You want to?
Yeah, the reason I'm saying that, if you look in the notes at K2 page 1, they did go to the fire services. And especially in this area, it's densifying a lot. And when you take a Quint in there, which is looks kind of like a ladder truck, but it's a little bigger than an engine, they're three-pointing into a lot of these places as it is. Let alone if you take a larger vehicle in there in the future, like a ladder, they might not even fit in there. So this page 1, they went and discussed this with the fire department, and I was really glad to see that. But I think if we embed this into this motion, it'll be done all the time, because I know from my experiences in Surrey, time after time after time, we had projects and that were well-meaning, but too tight.
Yeah, no, I certainly support it. So I'll call the question on the amendment. And here, K2. That carries with Councillor Rent opposed. Now back to the main motion as amended. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. The subsequent motion, K2, as amended. That carries with Councillor Richter and Councillor Rent opposed. K3, capital request for Brookswood Heights. This is back on the floor, moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Martins. Ms. Little, is that correct? So it'll be the same for all these
Correct, Your Worship.
deferrals, yes. So I do appreciate having a chance to, this was waiting for the conclusion of the Brookswood process and some other items. It's required for a previously approved development to proceed, so I certainly see the need to proceed with it. Any other discussion on K3? Councillor Richter.
No, I'm just wondering why this is needed.
Mr. Zwag?
Thank you, through your worship. This booster station is needed to service both active developments and future growth in the Brookswood, or specifically the Rin neighborhood.
Okay, so it's to service the growth. Does it have anything to do with the switch to Metro Vancouver water?
Through your worship, no, it's just purely for demand for
For demand?
the additional growth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Call the question on K3. That carries unanimously. K4, it's on the floor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Martins. Again, same thing, took some extra time with it, and I'm ready to move forward with it, at least in my own opinion. That's my position. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I would like to refer this to CPC for a discussion, and also to get an idea of where we're standing with our reserves and everything else. So our spending, our envelopes, our reserves, and so on. I think that I don't understand this process that we're using, and I'm not sure it's been well explained to council, which is why I would like to have an opportunity to discuss it at CPC.
All right, is there a seconder to referring? Seconded by Councillor Kuntz. Is there any discussion on that referral? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the referral. K4. That fails. That's defeated. Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rent, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Martins, Councillor Van Popte, Councillor Pratt, Councillor Ferguson opposed. Any other discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All right. Councillor Richter.
Okay, I would like to know why 3.1B includes debt financing. Like,
Mr. Bacon?
did we have a discussion around that?
Sorry, these are just principles for budget, so debt financing is always an available principle.
Okay, and then the council, the Township Council priorities, have we had a priority setting session? Or are you just basing the priorities on motions passed in the meetings?
No, that's correct. We haven't had a session per se. We've had a series of notices of motion and motion that gave some principles, or priorities, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on K4. Oh, Councillor Pratt left, so that carries with Councillor Richter opposed, Councillor Pratt absent. Item K5, Ms. Little, I'm not going to make the mistake until I memorize that chart you sent me. So what are you expecting here?
I'm expecting it to, it's already been, to be moved by you and to be seconded by another councillor.
Okay, so I'll move that, get it back on the floor, seconded by Councillor Martins. And so I'll go straight to the referral, which is on table. I had to bring this back. I think there just was some small things we need to tweak based upon that, providing flexibility to see the provision of indoor not at the expense. So this just needs to be clarified a little bit and brought back. So council directs staff to A, revise the proposed bylaw amendments to provide flexibility and credit for both indoor and or outdoor amenities, not to require a portion of both per se. And B, provide that in-stream applications be granted a grace period of 6 months to reach final reading before being subject to the amenity bylaw amendments. So I move that. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Rint. Open that up. Is there any discussion on that referral back to staff, which will come with a report? Seeing none, I'll call the question on that referral, K5. Councillor Pratt is still absent. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed, Councillor Pratt absent. Mayor and council report. Does anybody in council wish to make a report? Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, again, they're the 150 years of Langley Township. We had the 60th year celebration for Alder Grove Legion. We had the 50th anniversary of the Langley Curling Center. And there was, of course, one of my favorite events, the Langley Cruise-In, which was again very successful. It was too successful because they had to turn away a number of cars. So a number of things happened there, and it was that's my report.
That's great. Councillor Bailey.
Very briefly, I know one of the fire chiefs that was involved in the fires in West Kelowna and that, and I just want to say pretty proud that that our township fire service stepped up and sent firefighters up there, and they were noticed and appreciated.
Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, I think this is the first time I've done a council report. Had a pretty cool opportunity to go up to EBCM and participate there and learned a lot of different things, and it was a worthwhile experience, so I really appreciate the chance to get to go and attend that.
It was my first EBCM as well. I didn't really, I didn't. My first EBCM, I wish I had gone as a councillor because I think I would have been more effective, and I look forward to going next year and doing things even better than this year. And given the time, I think we'll leave a report for another day. Any other discussion, regional committees or regional reports? Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had the privilege of going to a Fraser flood, I guess, a visitation in Pitt Meadows with the invitation of Chair Kruger and Mayor McDonald with our committee. And it's important to note how we are looking at both the region and local municipalities at look at flood protection for the future and flood pump stations, and looking at how we address atmospheric rivers in the future. And Metro Vancouver and local communities, including the Township of Langley, are looking at these things very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing none, we'll move on to for information. I would like to refer item 02 to the 2024 budget process. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Rint. Is there any discussion? Hold on, I gotta playing around with this. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'd like to know why we have to take like basically all the seating on this side and convert it to staff stations.
Mr. Backen, it is a referral, but we can certainly dig into it a little bit.
I think it's just a reference to the fact that there are insufficient places for staff to sit in as well. It's helpful if all of staff can actually see the council as being on the side. There's also references, I think, to improving what we'll call the horseshoe, or the lack thereof that exists because council members are having difficulty seeing each other. They're talking more to the audience. So that combination, I think, is aimed at trying to improve some of the communications.
And I think we saw the need for AV upgrades here at the beginning of the meeting. Well planned and well staged, Mr. Backen. Very well done.
Yeah, well, I don't object to AV updates because you're right, we need those. But what I do object to is taking away seating from the public. I really object to that. This is the public's chamber.
And I believe, Mr. Backen, you skipped over the importance of the accessibility of this area is definitely a little lacking. And with the province's significant emphasis on accessibility, I think that we need to really deal with this right here. And so there are a number of elements that maybe could be funded, maybe others could be left behind. So I certainly hear that. And a great discussion for the budget process to see whether we want to proceed with that. It could also potentially be referred to CPC, but I chose the budget, and maybe from there it could go elsewhere if the council's not ready to proceed with it. So with that, I'll call the question on the referral of 02. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Is there anything else anybody wishes to bring up for information? Councillor Richter.
Yes, I'd like to refer 01 to CPC for a staff presentation and council discussion on cost reserves and debt.
Is there a seconder? Not seeing a seconder, Councillor Richter.
Okay. I do have other ones here.
There's no one else in the list, so go ahead. Yep.
Okay, item 04 and also 08, will we be advertising those on the township page? Particularly well, they're both important, but I think the public needs to know that the intersection at Fraser Highway and 248th Street is going to be severely reduced for a full week.
That's correct, Your Worship, on the township page.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And the heat planning and preparation, the report in 05. Can I make the motion now, or do I make a notice of motion? The staff have gone and done their due diligence in looking up the costs of these things, or of the air conditioner units. And I had asked about funding them from council contingency, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think this has been discussed a couple times. I think you've asked for the report. I don't think we need to make you do a notice of motion a month from now. I think if you wish to make it now,
Okay,
I think we can take it.
motion that
Yeah.
$8,500 be approved from council contingency to cover the costs of these 6 air conditioners.
Is there a seconder to that?
I'll second. I thought we actually were going to do that.
Seconded by Councillor Kunst, so go ahead, Councillor Richter.
Yeah, this, I mean, we had that excellent presentation from Fraser Health and about people, particularly vulnerable people, either seniors or people with illnesses that are at risk from heat events. And they were the ones that said if they only had 6 more air conditioning units that they could give out, not permanently, but to help those vulnerable people during times of extreme heat, that it would be really helpful to them.
Is there any other discussion? Councillor Martins, go ahead. Oh, you're moving too fast. Go ahead. It's the software. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd just like some clarification. I know we voted on this item previously, and what was the resolution from that previous vote?
I believe it was to refer for the staff report memorandum, which is it here, to bring the memorandum 05 on the agenda.
Okay, so strictly the staff report.
Just the memorandum that's here before you.
Thank you.
That's what the motion was for. Yeah, so I definitely struggle with this. To see an announcement for $2.5 billion hospital that there's no building permit application for, a number of other things. You know, I don't think that it's for us to fund Fraser Health priorities. I thought we were concerned about provincial downloads and a number of other things, and now we're buying air conditioners for Fraser Health. I don't really understand. We're only buying so many, so who gets one, who doesn't? This really is not a local government priority. Well, of course and there's of course programs that are now coming out, which I haven't had a chance to look into, that will satisfy this need. So I think that us buying air conditioners for Fraser Health is far beyond what we're here to do. So I'll call the question. I don't see other speakers on 05 to 8,500 on air conditioners for Adrian Dix.
Yeah, can we redo what it was we were voting on?
We were voting on, okay, I thought it was clear, so let's go back. Ms. Little, could you read it, please?
That $8,500 from council contingency be funded for 6 air conditioning units.
So I'll just reiterate, so it's actually to expend the money on the air conditioners outlined in the memorandum based on the delegation for Fraser Health. This is to buy air conditioners for Fraser Health. Like I don't understand. I don't understand it, so I'll have to vote against it. Oh, Councillor Richter, I thought we were done here. Go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Richter.
As I understood it, it was air conditioners that Fraser Health would be able to use in the township of Langley for residents who are vulnerable to heat events and cannot afford air conditioning.
Yeah, so I think from what I think that's correct. I think that that was what was delegated, but I think we itemized that Fraser Health's annual budget is in the billions, and if they want 4 air conditioners, they should go buy them. I think we're funding all kinds of things, provincial downloads and so on, and I sympathize that they have to come here and ask for it when their own ministry won't pay for it. So really, if we're going to start buying equipment for hospitals, where does it end? Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. If it's a council priority that this is an initiative we want to actually pursue, I'd be interested in pursuing it ourselves. We have $8,500 potentially set aside for it. Let's make it bigger. Let's do it ourselves. But I don't feel like at this moment in time, it sets we've talked about precedent in this meeting. It sets a precedent that every delegate that comes before council, regardless of what the ask is to expect compensation. And I'm hesitant with that.
Yeah, I struggle that it's from Fraser Health, his employees of Fraser Health, asking to fund an initiative of Fraser Health. It's not what local government is for, and provincial downloads are very common, and I'm not sure. But again, it's not about the need for them or that they can be funded. If Fraser Health wants to fund them, they will fund them. They have unlimited money, essentially. So I'll call the question on 05. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely not buying air conditioners. Sorry. Thank you for that. And that is defeated. Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rent, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Martins, Councillor Van Popte, Councillor Pratt, and Councillor Ferguson opposed. Councillor Richter, did you have another item?
Yes, I do.
Oh, sorry. There we go.
Item number 7 about Ms. Ada Lewis's delegation. Last meeting, I note that staff did prepare a report saying that direct funding of this probably falls outside the mandate of local government. However, there was a suggestion in there that the township social planner might be able to connect Ms. Lewis with other organizations that could be able to provide assistance. So I would like to make a referral I would like to refer that the township social planner reach out to Ms. Lewis in order to connect her with people who could help.
Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any discussion, any further discussion on that, Councillor Richter?
No, I think I hope it's clear.
Okay, so I'll call the question on that referral. That carries unanimously. Any other items under O?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Richter.
Yes, item 09, on page 3, there is reference to, where is it? Item number 5, Douglas Day Planning Committee, that there are changes coming to the Douglas Day event, or it looks like they've been talking about changes. So what specific changes are being proposed, by whom and why? That's my question.
Mr. Backen?
Thank you, Your Worship. The discussion is actually between staff and the Douglas, some of the pioneers, I guess I would be better phrased, to see if it can be made more inclusive to include all seniors and to perhaps have a date that's more amenable. The suggestion, I think, was because of some of the challenges with the timing and size of Douglas Day, and particularly, I guess, some of the food or the drink costs that are associated with it. So it is moving forward only for discussion at this point to see if there's a better fit with the focus on seniors globally or generally in the township and not specifically those that were at Douglas Day.
Okay, so will there be a Douglas Day 2023 on November 19th this year?
We don't, that'll really be up to the committee themselves. I think it's something that could exist, but it may exist outside the traditional parameters. I think that's still under discussion because they're looking at whether or not this should be combined or be a standalone.
Okay, so can we get a report from staff on what's being proposed?
Yeah, there's actually a couple inquiries on that we're working on a response for, just because of the timing we didn't get to it today.
We didn't get to, so there
No,
is going
staff
to be a
didn't.
report coming?
Staff are going to respond to the inquiries, that's correct.
Okay, and will there be a more robust discussion of this at the next Heritage Advisory Committee?
That would be up to the committee themselves or council. I mean, council could actually refer it there if they chose, or they could actually do it on their own if they so chose. Again, it's going to be subject to the direction of the committee and the staff that are working it.
Okay. So we will be getting something back on this from the committee, it sounds like.
from all parties, I think is the best way of putting it. I know there's some outstanding questions, so we'll be responding to those questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, I too am concerned about the Douglas Day. It's one of my favorite events every year, so I'm not sure if you had a directive of council, but whether the, staff can move accordingly and report back as soon as possible. I'd hate like heck to see a major change, in other words, a cancellation of the event. Certainly this late on, because it's only, November is just right around the corner. So that was just a concern I had, and I hope the staff will hear that and make a report back as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Bracken, I think you said there's inquiries, so maybe you could fill me in on what's going on.
Multiple council members have now
Oh,
made
okay.
some inquiries.
So there's a memo coming back to go to the October 23rd meeting, which is getting pretty close. So from what I understand, is there anybody talking about canceling Douglas Day? I haven't heard of that.
I haven't heard the use of the word cancellation. I've seen the suggestion that it be reformatted and reorganized, but we don't have the particulars in terms of what that is yet, because I don't believe it's been decided.
Okay. Well, I would like to certainly get that written response to the inquiries. That'd be great. Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, as one of the council co-chairs on the Heritage Advisory Committee, there is a standing agenda item on that committee, a report back from the Douglas Day Planning Committee. And it was at the last Heritage Advisory Committee that I found out via that route that there was changes afoot, that there's conversations happening. And frankly, I was faced with a room full of people that were pretty upset about it. And I'm trying to understand how this came about. Discussions came about that behind the scenes, that this was happening. When I'm hearing language like inclusive, I frankly don't find the event exclusive. I think the parameters that are in place are, when we look at inclusionary rules in our community, I don't believe they're actually in violation of that. Maybe there's some room to improve the event as it has existed, but it has also been a tradition in Langley since the 1940s, every single year. And I think that this is something that should probably be discussed as a council when we receive the report back from staff. But my understanding is, and Mr. Back, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's not happening in the format it has in the past on Douglas Day this year at the LEC as we know it. Is that event scheduled to occur or not?
Yeah, let's get that.
I think the opening still remains. I think you're right, it's coming back to the Douglas Day Planning Committee to respond if they wish to proceed with that and what assistance they would actually need. I think there's also been some suggestion to be framed more as a seniors celebration in the summer, but I'm not sure if that would start next summer or if there'd be something else. But again, it's very much at the discussion stage, and we don't have answers because no one's provided them to us just yet.
And it just as a follow-up to my question, so is it actually happening the way we know it in 2 months' time, or has that been put on pause while these conversations happen? Because I don't believe the conversations came from the actual Douglas Day Planning Committee. It seems that they've come from the Township of Langley. So I feel that we're skipping over that event while we're waiting on these discussions.
I think we're simply looking for some advice from the Planning Committee in terms of what their preferred format and direction is, and then we can seek to fulfill it in terms of whatever their needs happen to be. But that's still outstanding as far as I know.
Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, I too have been, members of the public were concerned about how this decision was made and what this decision even was, and they assumed that I was part of that decision. So I guess my request is in the future, if substantive changes to something like Douglas Day, which has been happening actually since 1917, that maybe we could have a discussion at the council table before it actually, hits the people that are impacted, because they assumed that we'd had that discussion. And I'd actually like to see it happen this November, if it's possible. Some of the members that are committee members are really sort of now trying to figure out you know, what their next move is. Many of them, you know, obviously are pioneers, they're seniors. They were really taken aback at the suggestion that they weren't inclusive and that maybe, so these are, I don't even, the fact that we're not going to have a Douglas Day this year, this November, is apparently is now a done deal, from what I understand. That's what
Rebecca, maybe you can clarify.
That's what I have been told. So I think this probably should have some more discussion.
You must have information that I don't have. Mr. Bracken, do you have any information?
I don't have that information in terms of that it's been
Okay.
canceled.
I don't
or
believe the
postponed.
committee feels that they have enough time now, in light of some of the things that they have time to actually pull off another Douglas Day.
Okay. Doesn't the LEC take care of most of the
I'm not on
the
the
event
committee.
day itself? I mean,
Generally, I think the location and the food service remains an option in terms of that, so I'm not quite sure. What we're looking for is simply a direction from the committee in terms of what their desire is.
it's 2 months from now. You could organize almost an event like that in quite short order. So, township staff need to assist. I don't see what the issue would be.
Could we maybe make that, a commitment at the table today?
I've not heard that it's even being contemplated, so it's challenging not having information that you have, or you're speaking to someone that hasn't communicated this to people that can, like Mr. Bracken, that can resolve it.
I agree. It seems like a mess.
Strange, yeah. So, Mr. Bracken, what do you suggest if there's maybe there's people making claims that how do we get this verified and then get this sorted out?
I think we would simply encourage those that are talking to folks just to connect with our event planners or whoever it is that they've been talking to and say our clear direction is we'd like to proceed with Douglas Day. What can we do? That'd be sufficient.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I was gonna suggest, because I'm getting worried about the time too. 2 months, I think we've got a window to keep it going this year, but it's part of the history of the community. Can we ask our representatives to the Heritage Advisory Committee to actually put the question in front of the advisory committee at the next advisory committee meeting, which I think is in early October? Do you want Douglas Day on November 19th to continue as is? Yes or no?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just hearing that October meeting was canceled.
Oh,
So
yeah.
not enough on the agenda, but I think this could.
Oh, I think this.
Yeah, well, that was.
Perhaps it could be reconstituted with this on the agenda.
Okay. Mr. Councillor Richter, do you have anything else?
Well,
on this?
do we need a motion to ask the council co-chairs to put the question to the committee at the October meeting? And depending on the committee's response, call a special meeting if needed before October?
I'm not sure more committee meetings are going to solve it. It sounds like Mr. Bracken, event staff need to connect with Douglas Day staff, with LEC staff, have one meeting and sort it out, as opposed to endless committee meetings to talk about it a month from now. Why don't you get on this and have the event staff and the LEC staff get in touch, and maybe Councillor Kuntz can put you in touch with whoever is making these claims and solve it.
Can I?
Because I haven't heard this, and no one's communicating with me about it, so I'm in the dark on this one.
Well, I am on the Heritage Advisory Committee, and they didn't feel that they had enough time. I'm not going to get into it right now. There's been some things that have happened over the last couple of months, and they're confused. So it's not clear, and that's where we're at right now. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like nothing happened and where did this information come from. So somebody talked to somebody, and somebody assumed that, maybe made the wrong assumption. So here we are. That's all. So if staff wants to talk to event planners, that would be great. Maybe we don't need a committee meeting. I'd be happy to assist, and there we go.
A former mayor told me you can't fix what you don't know about. So.
I'm
I
not
think it-
I'm not blaming anyone here. I'm
No,
just,
I don't feel that. I feel
Good,
like,
okay, just
let's
being
get
a
the
little bit
information, let's coordinate it with Mr. Backen and get the staff to get to the bottom of it. I think that's the solution. But I think the problem is that some obviously have more information than others. So let's get that information to Mr. Backen and get it sorted out.
sounds good.
Can I just make a request that the council, both the council co-chairs to this committee be included in that meeting with the event staff and the Douglas Day Committee?
Sounds like a great idea.
And that minutes are taken, that, so everyone knows what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great. Any other items under O? Great. Q1, Councillor Van Popte, I believe you asked for this to be placed on the agenda.
Yeah, and I would like to move that we fund item 6 in the report. I would like to, I have questions through your worship to staff on this
go
one.
ahead.
This came about, oh, sorry, we need a seconder.
Yeah, so if you want to ask questions about the report or you want to make a motion and see if there's a second.
Okay, I'll ask
If you want to
questions
ask
first.
questions and then you could decide
Yeah.
if you still want to move it. How about
Yeah,
that?
sure, let's do that.
If that's okay with everyone.
So in the summer, as every summer, lots of kids jump from the Holiday Bridge in Fort Langley. But with the sediment and the dredging project still going to be at least a year away, we actually ran into a situation this summer where somebody broke both feet jumping into the Bedford Channel. It's only a matter of time before somebody jumps head first and it becomes a little bit more catastrophic. So this conversation started after that incident happened in the summer. Some ideas with cost implications have come to us based on just some inquiries that I had made. But what I'd like to ask staff, I noticed the plastic deterrents have been used at the Walnut Grove Center. And I want to know, like, that decision like that never came to council to put up emergency measures like that. And so I'm finding a little bit weird that an item like this actually just comes to council and that it wouldn't just be a safety measure that gets approved right away. But I wanted to ask Mr. Backen about liability to the township. If somebody ever jumped and injured themselves even beyond breaking both feet, is Township of Langley in a liable situation with not trying to mitigate kids or adults or teens or otherwise jumping from that bridge?
I guess two parts, Your Worship. The first part would be, I guess, other facilities with something similar. Typically, those are going to be buildings or structures that the township occupies and may be preventing parties from going on the roof or something of that nature, as opposed to every potential, I guess, risk that we could analyze. It's usually because of the facility itself that they're trying to protect it, as well as the parties from actually trespassing. The other option is really the notification and signage. Where there's a known hazard, generally signage is going to be sufficient unless there's gross negligence on the part of the township in terms of administering or putting up the signs or not making them be properly secured. So in those circumstances, warning signs are usually sufficient. The problem that we're seeing is in many of the township areas, there's bridges and box culverts where people will either go into the riparian areas or tend to take or do questionable things from. And I think the reason this is becoming more predominant is because of the silting, as you've suggested, and the fact that it's going to be some time before the dredging actually can be putting back to some proper depths. But even at that, we wouldn't be encouraging the bridges being a diving area.
So yeah, I would like to move at least to put the deterrent spikes up until the river is dredged and we can assess at that point.
All right, is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Kunst. So you wish to speak to it some more? Or?
Not at this time.
Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, has anyone talked to people that are there? Like, I'm thinking of the Kwantlen business, the businesses in the area and that. I don't know if I don't know these spikes that you're talking about, but I would really like to see what people who are in that area would consider would be appropriate. I could be wrong, but people probably aren't going to be jumping off the bridge during the winter, so we've got a bit of time where we could get a hold of people that are in there and do like maybe a public hearing or something like that to get some input on what would people like to see, what do they think. putting spikes and fences and all that kind of stuff, you're, no matter what you do, you're gonna piss someone off. And I would be really interested in see what the people that are user groups and that live in the area think would possibly be a solution.
Okay, and come back to you if you want to entertain a process to do that. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'd be worried that we would have liability if someone got skewered. So I'm with Councillor Bailey on this. I think we need public input on it.
Mr. Bracken, and do we really want to hold a open house on spikes on a bridge? I mean, is there some other process to maybe get input that you can think of?
I was going to turn to Mr. Zwag for a moment to talk about a little bit about what the materials are made of and how they function, because I think, are they actually spikes or are they more of a very hardened plastic that's uncomfortable? But I don't know the answer to that, so I'll turn to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, the word spike is different meanings to different people. We've done our preliminary research and look at what was installed at Walnut Grove. They're basically, it's about a, I don't know, 4 to 6 inch wide plastic module that has a number of spikes, different heights, different colors. You can get different themes. Nobody's going to be skewered to death, as was mentioned here, but there's supposed to be another deterrent. We've got the signage in place. This would be the second measure or the additional measure to be a physical deterrent. It's a more cost-effective option than fencing, which also has some additional aesthetic implications. So it's something that staff are proposing as an option, as a next step as a deterrent. As Councillor Bailey said, summer is over, so we don't anticipate it being a priority right now as far as needing to be done right now, but definitely to start planning for next year's summer season, because the dredging is probably still a little ways away, given how slow the process is going right now.
Your Worship, if it was something intrusive, I think it's quite wise that there would be some public consultation, depending upon the nature of what was being built, but as these are, I think, are less intrusive and they're more on the signage sign, but certainly have more impact than on, say, a fence with a arched top to prevent people from jumping. That would probably certainly warrant more consultation, because that would have significant aesthetic effects. I'm not sure these really do.
And I can foresee this is the next delineators on 96th Avenue, where they just appear and, you know, all kinds of delightful feedback starts to flow in. The irony here is that I think no one here that I know of decided to put those on the road, said, hey, I want those on the road. The difference here now is we've got a memo that says spikes on a bridge. And so maybe some form of public consultation is required. I mean, I think it's more about awareness that, you know, and then get the feedback beforehand. Is there some way to do that in like a advertisement or something do you have any thoughts on how to potentially make people more aware that this is being contemplated?
Perhaps use of the township page for 6 or 8 weeks, just to put something out there and get some feedback and see if anything comes from it.
Yeah, I think I'll leave that there. I don't know if I have a great solution. Councillor Richter, do you have anything more to add? No.
Well, in the interest of time, because we are over here, can we, I don't know what to do.
Well, I do have 3 other speakers that wish to weigh in, so
okay.
I can come back
All
to you.
right.
Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through yourself to staff, are these supposed spikes more or less aggressive than the ones that are used on structures to to disincentivize pigeons from landing on stuff?
Thank you, Your Worship. The ones I've seen that deter the pigeons are large, long, narrow metal spikes. That's not what we're contemplating here. We're more like pyramid, kind of like, what's that shape? Cone shape?
Pointy cone?
Yeah,
Pointy cone?
Pointy cone.
Can we change the memo? Thank you.
It's a memo to pointy cones. There you go.
Yeah. Councillor Van Popte?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in touch with the user groups a lot over the last couple of months, just in regards to some other items. And if you take any random day in the summer on any of the Fort Langley pages, and it's always talking about kids jumping off, and the township needs to do something. And I'm still finding it a little bit perplexing that we're going to go to some sort of public consultation on a safety item. But whatever needs to be done to make sure that this gets addressed, I'll support.
Councillor Ferguson?
Well, you know, I think it's a good debate here. I mean, Mr. Swag, if I may, through the chair, you've given us pictures of chain link and the other one. You haven't given us a picture of the actual so-called spikes. So that's a late, kind of a late edition.
Yeah, so
Okay,
it's a
late
challenge for
edition.
that. So what we could do, Councillor Van Popt, is you could refer this to the 1023 meeting, subsequently have more information provided by council, maybe with a plan to make the public aware.
Sure.
Yeah, so it could be refer. It would be referred because you're asking for more stuff associated with it. So, Mr. Bracken, do you have any thoughts on the specifics of that referral might look like?
I think you've captured it well, Your Worship. We simply refer the matter, or maybe simply defer it just for the moment, and then we can actually have further discussions about during the deferral.
See, the deferral means it comes back exactly the same form. I'm looking maybe if you refer back to staff to bring it forward on 1023 with additional information about these so-called pointy cones, and then potentially a plan to make the public aware of this, that this is being contemplated. And there's any ideas you may have to maybe even attach it to some of the public consultation that's already planned for Fort Langley in the coming months. So that would be the referral I would make. Is that okay? I don't want to make it if there's an issue, but seconded by Councillor Van Popta? Sure. Okay, is there any other discussion on that referral? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the referral of Q1. That carries unanimously. Q2, Councillor Martins. I'm going to keep going here. I'm going to try to get to a working dinner over special close. Go ahead, Councillor Martins.
Thank you. I'd like to move a notice of motion here on the, with regards to mobile integrated crisis response teams, and in the spirit of interest of time, I won't read the entire notice of motion.
Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Any discussion? Do you want to speak to it some more? You good?
I can.
Oh, it's up to you.
Sure, I'll say it quickly. Just for clarity's sake, the more common jargon locally is CAR 67, pairing a police officer with a mental health worker and responding to mental health cars. Langley was not selected in the provincial announcement back in the summer for this funding for these teams. So this is just a report to staff, a request for a report from staff to communicate with the Langley RCMP and gather data so that we can go back and advocate to the province to get this car in our community.
I agree. Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, I'd like to refer this motion to the Police Priorities and Initiatives Committee for review and endorsement. This committee was created for items such as this. Recently, with the province endorsing 9 other municipalities, but specifically excluding Langley, I kind of want to know why first. This program I do support, however, I'd like to hear from our superintendent first, that at a time that we're going through deintegration and staffing shortage, that he endorses the timing of this program. Before us today, we had 4 reports from the fire chief, actually I think it was 5, communicating his needs directly to us, but in this case of a major RCMP initiative, it's not coming from the superintendent. I'd like to hear his endorsement to move in this direction first before we commit staff hours to such a large commitment of a report. Perhaps he knows why Langley was not included, and maybe he knows if it's going to be included at a later date, but I'd just like to know these answers first.
Is there a seconder to that referral? I'm not seeing a seconder.
Okay.
Councillor Van Popta. So with that, back, do you have anything else on the motion itself? Councillor Van Popta? Any more on the motion itself? Any more concerns? Okay. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on Q2. That carries unanimously. Q3, Councillor Martins.
Thank you. I'd like to move this as written, drug use in public spaces, and I'll speak to the motion.
I'll second it. I'll second it. I like it that much that I want to hog seconding for myself on this one. Go ahead, Councillor Martins.
Thank you. This one comes out of UBCM. The first day of UBCM convention, I attended a session on decriminalization. Dr. Bonnie Henry spoke to us along with other health and elected officials on this topic. So, and it was nice to hear that the province acknowledged on last Monday that the decriminalization rules did not go far enough for the perception of safety for a lot of communities. I do feel they stopped short in their announcement in that they did not look at acknowledging rules in place for people consuming decriminalized drugs in public spaces, including parks, outside of the ones included in their motion. To be clear, decriminalized drugs include cocaine, crack cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, and methamphetamines. While not legal, it is okay to be in possession of 2.5 grams of any of those drugs in a public space, not already identified in last week. That, to drive that one home, you can sit and watch your kids' soccer game. You can smoke crack cocaine, inject heroin or fentanyl, but you can't crack open a can of beer. This motion here is to request a staff report to consider amendments to our public spaces regulation bylaw to give further tools when these complaints arise. Like I said, I think it's obvious in the visual I just gave you, people injecting heroin and fentanyl at a kid's soccer game. And tools for law enforcement and for bylaw to address concerns of these use of decriminalized drugs. That's everything.
Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I want to really support this because one of the effects of this also is sharps. You have sharps in the parks, and they're showing up in all kinds of things where once upon a time when there was a needle exchange, they had a 98 to 102% return rate. So if we do this kind of stuff, I'm positive it is going to reduce the amount of sharps that are a very great danger to people in the public.
Thank you. Yeah, I certainly support it. I think there was some discussion of this in the summer. We had some hesitation. We got some reassurance from the province they were going to bring forward issues to deal with it, and they didn't really do that. So I think this leads to this, and I had some mayors laugh at me at my expense because I said, oh no, the province is going to deal with it, and boy, was I wrong. So call the question on Q3. Councillor Ferguson? Yeah. That carries unanimously. Any other business? Councillor Richter.
I have two notices of motion, which I will submit to the clerk in the interest of time. One concerns Christmas in Williams Park, and the other one concerns the council policy on conferences. Thank you.
Great. Let's look forward to seeing those. Any other business? Any member of council? So does anybody have any special closed items? Ms. Little, I have 2 legal items I would like to add. Any other member of council have any other items to add? Great. With that, I get a motion to resolve into special close. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Pratt. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Councillor Richter opposed. And I'll get a motion to terminate. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Carried. Thank you.